and welcome to the City of Troy Planning Commission meeting on November 10th, 2020. Tonight's meeting is being conducted remotely using the GoToMeeting remote meeting platform. This is due to the COVID-19 pandemic. For those watching tonight's meeting on television or on the city's YouTube channel, we welcome you. Copies of the agenda for tonight's meeting are available on the city's website. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with the agenda as presented or amended by the Planning Commission. Our first item of business after roll call will be a postponed resolution temporarily suspending and modifying the Planning Commission bylaws and rules of procedure, which will permit us to proceed with this meeting virtually and to afford an opportunity for us to receive public comment. We have made every effort to ensure that the meeting adheres to the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. We have provided opportunities for public comment via telephone and email prior to the meeting, and all public comment, if any, will be shared with the Planning Commission. At this time, I'd like to ask Kathy Sarnicki to conduct a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Apahidian?
Here.
Ms. Cruz? Mr. Faison?
Here.
Mr. Hudson?
Here.
Mr. Krent?
Here.
Mr. Lambert?
Here.
Ms. Parakis?
Here.
Mr. Brahman?
Here.
Mr. Tagle?
Here.
Okay. Next item is suspension of Planning Commission bylaws. I'll read the resolution and then we need to vote after that. Whereas the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, MDHHS Director Robert Gordon issued an order on October 5th, 2020 under MCL 333.2253 restricting indoor gathering sizes to protect public health and safety. And whereas Public Act 228 of 2020 permits public meetings to be held by electronic means where an in-person meeting could detrimentally increase exposure of board members and the general public to COVID-19, therefore be it resolved that as allowed by Planning Commission rules of procedure, Article 4, Section 6 of the Troy Planning Commission hereby temporarily suspends the requirement of holding a meeting at the Troy City Hall and allows all City Planning Commission members to electronically participate in any Planning Commission meeting through December 31st, 2020. Members participating electronically will be considered present and in attendance at the meeting and may participate in the meeting as if physically present. However, members must avoid using email, texting, instant messaging, and other such electronic forms of communication to make a decision or deliberate toward a decision. Resolved as allowed by the Planning Commission bylaws and rules of procedure, Article 10, the Troy Planning Commission hereby temporarily suspends and modifies the bylaws and rules of procedure concerning the order of the agenda as set forth in Article 5, Section 3, to consolidate the public comment sections of the meeting for any meeting held through December 31st, 2020. Resolved as allowed by Planning Commission bylaws and rules of procedure, Article 10, the Troy Planning Commission hereby temporarily suspends and allows two methods of receiving public comment for virtual meetings. Public comments can be submitted for Planning Commission meetings by sending an email to planning@troymi.gov. Emails received prior to 4 p.m. on the day of the Planning Commission meeting will be read at the meeting and made part of the public record. Public comments can also be submitted by calling the following phone number and leaving a voicemail message at 248-524-1305. Recorded voicemail messages received prior to 4 p.m. on the day of the Planning Commission meeting will be played at the meeting. For emails and recorded messages received after the deadline, reasonable efforts will be made to read emails and play recorded messages received during the meeting. Email and voicemail public comments will be limited to 3 minutes each. Next item is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda by anyone?
Mr. Chairman, do we need to act on that amendment to the bylaw?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Mr. Lambert. We need a vote on that resolution to temporarily suspend the Planning Commission rules of procedure. Ms. Zarnicki, could we have a roll call, please?
Yep.
Oh, first we need a motion. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm trying to get
So you
through
read
this.
the resolution. You read the resolution, Mr. Chairman. You indicated that you were looking for someone to move what you read and then second it.
Correct. Do we have a motion?
I'll move. I'll
Mr.
move.
Stein.
I'll
Second?
second it. I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Barakas seconds. Vote now the roll call, please.
Okay. Ms. Cruz?
Yeah.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Rahman?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Apidian?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Ms. Barakas approves, second by Mr. Apihidian.
I'll second.
I'll second.
We got Mr. Apihidian as a second. Do we have the vote, please, Ms. Zarnicki?
Yes. Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Rahman?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Apidian?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the October 27th, 2020 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I would move to approve with one notation, which I've already brought to the attention of staff, the City of Troy Master Plan Amendment, the resolution 026 actually was moved by me rather than Mr. Tagle.
Okay. With that correction, would you move the item?
Yes, so moved.
Okay. Next person, second.
I seconded.
Mr. Rahman seconds. Roll call, please, Ms. Zarnicki.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Rahman?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Apidian?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz? Ms. Cruz, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Faison?
Hear me?
Yes, we are on the motion to approve the minutes as amended. Do you say yes or no? I'll go forward and ask Mr. Faison.
Yes.
Okay, let the record reflect I did not get an answer from Ms. Cruz.
Oh, no, I'm here. yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next item is public comment for items submitted via email or telephone message. We have public comment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
as per the resolution that you read, we are going to read all emails and play all phone messages. Mr. Chairman, we talked earlier today and consistent with City Council, we are going to limit the reading of emails to 3 minutes each. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're going to also limit the playing of any voicemails to 3 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we've got 130 emails that we're going to read.
Wow.
And yes. And these were emails that were submitted after the agenda was posted on Friday afternoon. And the way we're going to do this, you're going to hear Jackie read the first 50. Julie's going to read the next 41. And I'm going to read the final 41. I guess that's 132 emails we've got. And then following that, Jackie is going to play the 20 voicemails.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I might as well mute myself and listen.
And you can hear
Mr.
me
Chairman,
clearly?
can I ask just one question? Just one clarifying question?
Sure, go ahead.
So Brent, those emails you're going to read, those are in addition to the ones that were in the packet that was
That is
posted?
correct. That is correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank
And
you.
This was done as per the resolution to satisfy the requirements of the Open Meetings Act vis-a-vis holding remote meetings.
Understood. Okay. I just
Just
wanted to
those
be sure
emails.
there wasn't things we had seen before.
And I remind
Okay, can you
people
hear me
who
clearly?
are not speaking, please mute your microphones.
Yes, we hear you well, Jackie. Go ahead.
Okay, and you can hear me clearly? Okay, here we go. This is an email from Carl, Koenig. Please vote no on this proposal. Everyone in the immediate area is totally against this project. Please ask yourself these questions. If you lived near this project, would you want to look at your backyard and see this project? Would you want all of this additional traffic going through your street? Would you be happy seeing your property value go down? Would you want all of the extra cars parking in front of your house every day because there isn't enough parking in the townhouse area? Would you want the added congestion of all the additional people, cars, etc.? Finally, what would your vote be if your home was next to this congested project? I do not think you would want this project in your backyard. Vote no. Okay. The next email is from Jan Walsh. I have lived in my home at 4318 Bender Court for nearly 40 years and am vehemently opposed to the condo development at Waddles and Crooks. There already is too much traffic, too much congestion, and many accidents occurring at that particular corner. The city is becoming a mess with all new construction being right on roadways. It's an ugly mess. Also, when will you begin to consider the Troy seniors who would like a one-story living arrangement? Next is from Omar, Shouhayib. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Admittingly, the initial proposal to build 60 units on 2.72 acres was very dense. Since then, the developer has acquired another 3 acres and increased the total size of the property by 210%, while increasing the amount of units by 14 to 74, which is an increase of 23%. This project is similar in density to other attached condo projects in the city that have been in very high demand. Hold on one moment, I have to start by home purchasers. The fact that these types of units sell quickly when compared to the McMansions of yesteryears is a testament to the changing preferences of home buyers. I appreciate the concern that adjacent property owners have with the potential impacts to their neighborhoods. There will be some more traffic, there will be noise from construction and dust from construction, and some trees will need to be cut down. However, this would occur whether 15 McMansions were built or 50,000 square foot commercial building was built. Property values being affected are of course a major concern, as they should be. When looking at adjacent property values next to similar type condo developments, Bradley Square, Tisbury, Long Lake Square, among others, property values have increased, not decreased. If anyone has evidence of the contrary, it should be produced. While the following is subject to discussion and controversy, adding 74 property tax paying households would be a boon to the city's tax rolls, adding approximately $450,000 to $500,000 in revenue. Even if every household had a student enrolled in the Troy School District, since the state of Michigan and other sources pay the majority of the per pupil cost, the property tax revenue would still net a great sum for the city, as most city infrastructure costs are fixed and not variable. According to the November 6th report by Carlisle Wortman and Associates, the development meets the criteria of the zoning. However, some items like fencing, traffic impact, ADA gas parking, and landscape screening still need to be addressed. I am assuming these will sell in the 300s or more, alleviating any concerns that were brought up by some adjacent property owners that a certain demographic would move in. I am not sure what was meant by that term, but it did not seem inclusive and representative of the city we are all proud to be part of. Hopefully this project will be approved, as not approving may set a precedent that we can ill afford if we desire a dynamic city, diverse housing stock, and a fair and reasonable approach to the development. Thank you for taking time to listen to my comments. Hope my house does not get egged for this.
Jackie,
Next.
is
Yes.
there an address with that person?
Well, I'm going to share addresses with Kathy later, so for the
Okay.
sake of time, but that person lives on Beach Road,
Thank you.
unless you would all like to know the addresses.
It would be helpful, only because
Okay.
I know John Taylor brought that up at prior meetings, that we really would like to know where these people are from, or at least where they're.
Okay, if it's provided, I'll share it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on, I need to set my timer. Okay. Dear City of Troy Planning Commission, I am writing to request that the commission vote to deny this application. To see what is essentially the same development proposed again is very disheartening, since the developers did nothing to address our concerns from the January 4th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting, and created even more concerns with the picnic tables that are next to the proposed detention pond and the sidewalk that leads into Penrose Drive, which will most likely be a nuisance to the Woodlands of Troy neighborhood. During the January 14th meeting, this plan was postponed to allow developers to come up with a solution that addressed the concerns of Troy residents. Obviously, the developer did not follow the advice of the Planning Commission. Therefore, I request that you deny their application. After the January 14th Planning Commission meeting, a joint meeting between City Council and Planning Commission was held. One of the results of that meeting was that neighborhood nodes were intended to be for the benefit of the already existing surrounding neighborhoods. The proposed Crooks Road townhomes are in no way a benefit to the surrounding neighborhoods. I believe another takeaway from that joint meeting was that when the city created NNs, they didn't intend for the corner at Waddles and Crooks to have a high density development. Since I only have 3 minutes, I'd like you to refer to page 9, letter Jerry Rausch submitted on November 10th, 2020, which is a response to Community Image Builders letter to the city paid for by the developer. Regarding CBI's comment about the need for middle housing, the City of Troy already has a very large 3-story development currently being developed at Livernois and Maple. With that location making sense, since it replaces outdated commercial buildings and is a separate entity. That development provides 362 units of middle housing in Troy. There are other suitable locations in Troy for more middle housing. For example, the old Kmart building at Big Beaver, she said college, but Coolidge. Troy already has a few existing large established middle housing developments. Just because a developer who is proposing the Crooks Road townhomes wants to make some money, as much money as possible with the land they own, doesn't mean it's the right kind of development at this location. Note, 1070 West Waddles Road is now being offered for sale. It would make sense for the City of Troy to approve a development that uses the entire northwest corner of Crooks and Waddles, and access to any required detention pond is gained only off Waddles. In conclusion, the Planning Commission has given the developer many opportunities to make changes to address the concerns of the residents, and they have chosen to ignore our concerns. I, along with other Troy residents, request that you vote this proposal down. This is written by Laura Lipinski, Lipinski of 4233 Carson Drive. Dear Planning Commission, this is written by Ken McCabe. No address is given. I have lived in Troy for 45 years, and this project seems contrary to the development of the city that I have experienced. I oppose the Crooks Road townhouse development for the following reasons. The proposed development is not consistent with the neighboring homes around it. It seems like the developer is trying to cram a lot of units into a relatively small area. The height of the buildings and exterior materials are not consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. The plans I have seen don't appear to have proper ingress, egress, and parking for the number of units. I am concerned that the development construction will permanently change the lane, drain, creek, and cause stormwater backups and flooding. The development does not appear to have any green space for occupant use. Okay. Next email is 1400 Bradbury Drive from Mr. and Mrs. Rice, R-E-I-S-S. Dear Planning Commissioners, we suspect most of you own homes comparable to those of Woodland subdivision and would not want this blight in your backyard. The neighborhood node guidelines are so extremely vague, arcane, and indecipherable to the point of being useless, which puts the decision in your good judgment. With a few tweaks, this is basically the same old plan. The only real question here then is whether the commission will rule in favor of a developer who has spent over a year trying to smooth everyone, including with a political donation to a member of this commission, or in favor of Troy residents who have presented good, she said cognizant, I think, legal reasons why this development should not be crammed into this small area. They do not bear repeating. You know what they are. We would only add, 1, we object to the phony park built around the drainage basin in a natural green space wetland, and we object to its connection to our subdivision. 2, Troy will lose tax revenue. Depreciation of 90 subdivision values will be greater than any increase from the development of 74 units on 3 comparable subdivision properties. 3, there's no need for this subpar project. 2 large, much more attractive, much better built multifamily complexes on sufficient acreage are just a couple of thousand feet away off Waddles by the freeway. 4, we are one of the most diverse communities in Michigan with a reputation of being one of the most desirable, peaceful, and upscale communities in Michigan with some of the best schools in Michigan. Let's keep it that way. This crowded, cheaply built, ugly development does not really benefit its inhabitants. It does not benefit its neighbors. It does not benefit the nearby subdivisions. It does not benefit the city of Troy or its reputation. It only benefits the developer. He knows it, you know it, we all know it. Let's put a knife in this thing once and for all. Thank you. The next one is from Charlotte McPherson, MacPherson. There is no address given. I have lived in Sylvan Glen for 36 years, and I am absolutely appalled at the number of condo developments that have been built in Troy over the last couple of years. Enough. Next email. No address. Oh, yes. Address is 4073 Parkstone Court. The name is SENTHILKUMAR. And last name, I guess, begins with K. Oh, no, it is Kumar. Sorry. Hello, we are strongly opposing this project due to heavy traffic congestion and depressed property value, loss of green space, and effect on wildlife. Kindly decline this proposal for the interest of all the above points. We are active in attending an all-person meeting organized at Planning Commission, but please treat as strong oppose through email during this COVID situation. Regards. Lisa Paglino, Paglino of 1061 Reading Drive. As a resident of the adjacent proposed development, I strongly advise against this. We need to preserve green space. This proposal does not meet design specs for the adjacent areas. The townhomes are 2 packed together, 3 stories next to residential homes is wrong. Please reject. This is from 3861 Jennings Drive. Neil and Paulette Shaw. We just moved to the area 1 year ago and can't believe how many condos are being built in the Troy area. We bought our home because of the beautiful subdivisions and are opposed to the building being proposed at Waddles and Crux. There's already so much traffic in the area and our property values will plummet with the apartment type housing. We vote against this proposal. No address given. This is Linda, Baatz. Dear Planning Commissioners, as over 50-year yes, that's how it reads. As over 50-year Troy residents, we have seen many changes take place in Troy. Many are fine, but you are allowing too much high-density building and our green spaces are going, almost gone. Please consider lower density building only. You are allowing our beautiful city to look terribly crowded and traffic is already a nightmare. Truly ugly are the high-rise condo apartments built so close to the roads. It's terrible what it looks like driving down many streets. Please consider less density in buildings and setbacks from the roads. I'm not sure why you are allowing all of this. The so-called master plan is of course a changing thing, but it has gone too far over the top, allowing developers to build whatever they choose to. We ask that you listen to our current citizens, so there will be no green space whatsoever if this keeps up. Yes, I know progress, but all progress isn't necessarily good progress. Help to keep our city beautiful by making wise choices and not be swayed by developers. I hate to even think it, but is there some bribery going on? Please, not in our fair city. Sincerely. No address given. This is from ANIRUDH. Hi, I am a resident of Troy. I live in the Fairways Condominiums Complex. I am writing to communicate my strong objection to Sam and Arben Staffa building new condos at the Wattles and Crooks Road location. I lived at Tiersbury Square townhomes built by these builders for 2 years. The quality of homes built by them is terrible, and their attitude toward residents is extremely unprofessional. Troy is already a very busy city with lots of congestion. It is unacceptable for you to allow more condos to be built in such a busy area just for financial interests. You need to find a balance between financial gain and quality of life for residents. I implore you not to allow Sam and Arben to build more condos in Troy. Thanks. The next one is from, last name is Jamison, Jamison, no address. We continue to object to the proposed condominium development on Crooks Road north of Wattles. It downgrades the look of Troy. Please listen to your citizens. This is from Ying, Y-I-N-G, 4678 Tipton Drive. Dear Troy City Planning Commission, greetings from Ying Zhang, a resident of Troy and mother of 2 kids currently attending schools in TSD. I am writing to express my gravest concerns about and my vehement opposition to the proposed Crook Road Townhomes development project to be on. I am deeply disturbed by the utter disregard for any possible input from the most directly affected residents in the decision-making process of the City Planning Commission. In fact, I strongly believe that this proposed project will surely sharply reduce the property value of our subdivision. I want to find out how the decision by the City Planning Commission could have been made with such total lack of transparency and who might have been responsible for it. I look forward to the opportunity to continue this conversation on Tuesday evening. Warmest regards, Ying. This is resident from 4678 Tipton Drive, Yumin, Y-U-M-I-N. I'm sorry, I'm pausing because this looks like the same email but different name. I'm going to move forward. This one is from Thomas and Patricia Rice. I believe I read this. Duplication, apologies. This is from Tom Shaw at 4040 Glencastle Drive. Members of the Planning Board, my name is Tom Shaw and I have lived in the Woodlands of Troy subdivision for over 30 years. I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed condominium project on the west side of Crooks Road north of Wattles. I have attended many Planning Board meetings on this topic where my neighbors and I have voiced our opposition to this project. The reason for our opposition are many and have expressed numerous times at your meetings. Key points include the negative population density impact these 74 units would have on our neighborhood and surrounding areas, traffic input on Crooks and Wattles, encroachment impact on Woodlands of Troy subdivision, squeezing this large development into a small amount of land, the size of the buildings themselves, 3 stories, and numerous other impacts that are in the Minutes of prior meetings. To date, any changes made by the developer to address the major issues expressed at prior meetings have been trivial at best. This development is totally wrong for this area. I ask that you make clear to the developer that he cannot bully his way on this, that he make the substantial changes needed so that it's an accepted part of this community, or find another city to build in. My understanding is the developer of this condo project also was the developer of Woodlands of Troy, where I live. Woodlands is a very nice subdivision that was put together by this developer with an eye to having beautiful homes that would grow in value. He was instrumental in putting the covenants and restrictions in place to make sure Woodlands would remain one of the best places to live in Troy. These covenants and restrictions are now administered by the Woodlands of Troy Homeowners Association. If he is allowed to build this eyesore condominiums, it will negatively impact the value of our homes and totally wrong for this area. Regards. This is from John Shallcross and Shelley Shallcross. And I'm looking for their address. 1059 Fountain Drive. City of Troy. I'm writing on behalf of myself and my husband, John Shallcross. We live at 1059 Fountain Drive in Troy with our 6-year-old daughter. We purchased our home in the spring of 2019 and were drawn to the subdivision because of all the single-family homes with many children. We recently are aware of the proposed Crooks Road Townhomes project and are concerned about this project moving forward. Crooks Road Townhomes proposes to build 56 units and 3-story multifamily townhomes with a detention pond on 3.4 acres located at 4115 and 4165 Crooks Road, north of Wattles. The proposed densely populated development at this location will detrimentally change the character of our neighborhood. The plan includes opening Carson Drive, which is currently a dead-end residential street, to enable emergency access from the proposed townhomes. While not an exhaustive list, our concerns with this project include: 1, density of the project is significantly higher than that found in the area, 56 townhomes on 3.4 acres. As a reference point, there are only 45 houses on all of Fountain Drive. 2, traffic in the area is already significant traffic during rush hour. Drivers frequently pull down Fountain Drive to change direction on Crooks, and many exceed 25 miles per hour speed limit. 3, insufficient parking. 17 proposed parking spots for 56 townhomes will likely result in residents and guests parking in our subdivision streets. 4, the project is not keeping with the area aesthetics. 3 stories high multifamily. We expect this would have an adverse impact on property value in the subdivision. 5, plan calls for removal of 23 trees, and we believe this conflicts with the City of Troy's tree protection program. We, along with others at the City of Troy, deny this project and maintain the integrity of our neighborhood. Thank you for your service to the citizens of Detroit. I'm going to pause until 3. Okay, this one does not have an address. Last name is Z-O-M-A. I have been a Troy resident for over 30 years. I am strongly opposed to the proposed construction project at Wattles and Crooks. In recent years, we've had some real eyesores go up in our city. Case in point, Livernois across from the community center. What an eyesore that is. It spills out in the street and looks ridiculous. Does Troy need more of this? No, it does not. This proposal involves too many units jammed into a small area, just like the eyesore on Livernois. The tax-paying citizens of Troy are opposed to this proposal, and I stand with them. Next is from SATHYA. Hello, sir or madam. I am writing in regards to the site plan approval for the proposed townhomes on Crooks and Wattles. I have a young family and we live in the neighborhood. There has already been a noticeable increase in traffic congestion, reduction of green space and wildlife in the area due to newer construction. Addition of another 74 households in the place of 2 is certain to strangle the system a lot more in the neighborhood. Me and my neighbors request to turn this proposal down and save the city. Thank you for your attention. This is from Maureen Cash of 4278 Lehigh Drive. Members of the Planning Commission, I am a concerned citizen and resident of Maryhill Acres, who has numerous concerns about the proposed Crooks Road townhome development. I am listing my top 3 concerns, but there are certainly many others, including drainage and sewage issues, lack of proposed green space, and impact on wildlife, proximity to the road, size and scale, population density, privacy issues for homes into which the multi-story homes would have direct views, etc. 1. We already have a large amount of traffic in the mornings and afternoons because people use the streets of our subdivision that lie between Crooks and Northfield Parkway to reach Troy High. As residents of this proposed densely populated development would also be using our subdivision as a means for getting to and from Northfield Parkway, we would suffer increased safety concerns, especially based on the many young children and numerous individuals with mobility and special needs issues who reside in our subdivision. Please consider the safety of Troy residents. 2. We choose to live in Troy in large part because it has healthy, open areas and an appropriate balance of both developed and undeveloped land. Please place the best interests, physical and mental health and safety of Troy residents as top priority when making decisions about our city's development. The necessity of calming spaces that promote good mental health is always essential and has never been more evident than during this pandemic. Please prioritize the needs of Troy residents ahead of the desire of developers who wish to enhance their bottom line without thought or consideration of the legitimate concerns of current residents. 3, the proposed development does not fit with single-family homes within the immediate area, harming the quality of life for single-family home residents while diminishing the value of their homes. Please consider the implications of this in your decision-making. Furthermore, the proposed developer and its consultants do not appear trustworthy in their intent, as evidenced by the misleading scales on prior submitted drawings. Please put the best interests of citizens of Troy atop your list. Consider, would you accept a development of this scale and density in your backyard? Please do not allow this development to move forward as it currently is proposed. Sincerely. Next is Bonnie Jeffrey, no address. Hi, I have been a Troy resident since 1993. Please do not build another condo complex on Waddles and Crooks. I understand Troy needing to expand, but when does it stop? The majority of Troy residents do not want this to pass. This will lead to more traffic, less green land, and unhappy Troy citizens. Thank you for your consideration. This is from Maureen Pickard, Pickard, no address. I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed development. As a longtime resident, I am extremely disappointed at the city's continued development of the remaining green spaces. We were told long ago, sorry, that doesn't apply. We were told long ago that corner was designated wetlands that would never be developed, so why has that changed? The proposed development will adversely impact traffic in the area and do nothing for nearby property values. Not to mention the infrastructure can't support such a development. For the past 3 years, we have dealt with multiple power outages. They become so frequent that myself and many of my neighbors have purchased or are in the process of having gas meters updated and generators installed as we've grown tired of dealing with this issue. Not sure what is behind the recent changes, but my opinion in the city is allowing developers to build these large townhome developments that are eyesores and detract from nearby homes. This is from a concerned citizen. I'm emailing regarding the discussion about the Crooks Road townhomes development. I do not believe that development will be the best option for the growth in Troy. It seems like almost every corner of Troy has a new development. Over the summer, I've personally seen 3 townhouse developments. This is extremely worrisome because Troy will be completely filled with townhouses more than land. This will cause an increase in traffic, overfilled schools, and it will affect the wildlife. My question is, when will Troy start putting more townhouses in? Do we need 20 more developments before we finally realize that Troy is simply filled with houses and houses? Sincerely. This is from Miss Penrose, Penrose. Hi, please reject plan to build the Crooks Road townhome. This plan will have negative impact on the neighborhood. As a resident living on Penrose, so my apologies. Penrose is where she lives. I am concerned with insufficient parking, fence, lack of lack of space for picnic tables and gazebo and removal of trees. I believe this construction negatively impact value of neighboring properties. Sincerely, Faina. Her name is Faina. No address besides Penrose. This one is from 1417 Fountain Drive, Larry and Jennifer Patton. Dear Planning Commissioners, we are writing in regards to the proposed Crooks Road townhomes. After reading much of the commission packet, we do understand the rationale for more mid-range housing in Troy. However, when we read the target audiences for these residences, we were astounded. Empty nesters are very unlikely to move to 3-story homes. These residences are not compatible for seniors who would like to stay in the city after downsizing. We need more homes that would be appropriate for the senior citizens of our community. We are also concerned about the possibility of an access entrance to the townhomes through the Woodland subdivision. Cars will most likely rush through the sub to enter or exit the townhome complex. This could be a danger to the surrounding neighborhood. We read the traffic report and do not agree with the conclusion that the increased traffic would be negligible. After living on Fountain Drive for the past 23 years, we know how difficult it is to turn left into our sub during rush hour. We oppose the Crooks Road townhomes as proposed, and we respectfully ask your consideration in this matter. These townhomes would be detrimental to our neighborhood. Sincerely. Next is no address. Last name is Ravindran. Sir, I came to know that the Planning Commission is again going to discuss the plan about the townhomes that was discussed last year. I have raised my concerns through our subdivision HOA, expressing the safety, security, environment impact, traffic congestion issues, schooling issues with increased children. Also, the builder was trying to construct multiple houses with less parking, which will cause the people to use the Woodland subdivision as a parking spot. With all these issues raised, Planning Commission had postponed the decision, and I believe the builder has come back with the same plan with very minor modifications. I request you reject the plan from the builder and protect existing community. Thank you. The next one does not have an address. Hello, Troy Planning Committee. As a longtime resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. This plan will disrupt traffic, cause congestion, and harm our city's wildlife. Putting 74 residential units in a currently wooded area will negatively affect my day-to-day life and harm our neighborhoods. Please consider this when making your decision. Thanks. Last name is Tripathi. This person is from 1347 Fountain Drive. Hello, Planning Department and Commission. My name is Angela Huen. I am an 8-year resident on 1347 Fountain Drive. I strongly disagree with the current development plan of this townhouse project. The developer didn't take our concerns seriously. In my opinion, they did little change to address or solve the problems identified during the last planning meeting. Their ultimate goal of maximizing profit is so apparent and bold. The current plan still has unbelievable high number of units. 1, traffic congestion on Crooks and Wattles. 2, resources of neighborhood schools. Bemis, Boland, Troy High will be stretched very thin. 3, nature woodland adjacent to the property will be completely destroyed. Wildlife will have no place to live. 4, the plan doesn't fit in the character of West Troy residential area. This block is single family housing and should be kept this way. 5, the building is too tall. It completely changed the view from my backyard. 6, by adding a sidewalk to the other neighborhood and adding picnic tables in nearby woodland is such a bad idea. It didn't improve the living condition to people live in the proposed townhomes. On the other hand, it completely destroys a quiet place. Again, all animals living in the woods will be gone. I strongly oppose the plan and suggest the developer build a single family house instead. This one is from 4089 Glencastle Drive. Last name is Atreya. I understand the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal is back under consideration. While I am disappointed to hear the proposal is being considered, even after the residents in the neighboring area have conveyed their strong disapproval. I mentioned my disapproval as well in the last in-person meeting, and I want to make sure that you know that my concerns or disapproval have not changed. My concerns are the increase in traffic, population, pollution, potential crime increase in accidents, school teacher student ratio. We chose to move to this neighborhood in Troy because of the way things are now, and I would not like to see big changes that would alter our lifestyle. And I strongly believe this townhouse proposal is going to bring about big unpleasant changes. Again, please note my disapproval. Thank you, Nat. This does not have an address. I am against the Crooks Road townhomes. City did not notify neighbors about land being rezoned in 2011. No signs or mailings. 2, traffic already congested at Crooks Models. 3, three-story houses not compatible with existing neighborhoods. 4, reduction in value to our existing single homes. 5, Fountain Drive always floods with heavy rain. Residents have had stormwater backups in their homes on multiple occasions. 6, not enough space for the number of proposed townhomes. I'm sorry, this person is from 1310 Fountain Drive. One moment. No address on this one. To whom it may concern, this is in regards to the Crooks Road townhomes that are proposed to be built on 2 lots on the corner of Crooks and Waddles. I would like to write to oppose the new proposal that the Planning Commission has recently released. It is not fair to the community that this proposal has come in the midst of COVID pandemic, where we cannot voice our concern around the inevitable increased traffic congestion, depressed property values, loss of greenery and wildlife. At the last meeting, over 150 residents showed up to oppose this development. Please consider moving the meeting to a time where residents that would be greatly impacted by the proposal can attend, or consider not moving forward with this proposal at all. The last name is Maksabo. Moment. It'll be a moment. My computer is not responding. This is from 4117 Penrose Drive. The last name is Schick. Good evening. For 30 years, the Woodlands developer and developer of the Crooks Road townhomes has retained title to Woodlands outlots that the association believed were in fact part of our subdivision. We have insured and maintained these properties at expense to our association when in fact the developer retained title. When notice of proposed development was sent, the notices were sent to the developer and not the Woodlands Association because of his ownership of the outlots. This is a clear indication of bad faith on the part of the developer. In addition, the developer is entitled to 1 entrance for the development. How is he allowed to an entrance on Crooks Road and Penrose? Any comments are appreciated. Can I pause and take a drink, please? Mr. Kent, thank you. Hold on. This is from Ms. Amy Hirina at 4234 Carson Drive. City of Troy Planning Commission. Again, I am writing to express my concerns on the Crooks Road Townhomes project at Waddles and Crooks. It's quite disheartening to know that the developer has made little efforts to make any changes to the original plan. It's a waste of everyone's time to continually readdress the same issues. The City of Troy should realize that this behavior is insulting and clearly shows that the developer lacks integrity. It does not have the city's best interest in mind. The Planning Commission should again vote against this project and maintain high community standards that Troy has earned throughout the years. After growing up in Michigan, work relocated me to New York, where I lived for 10 years. 5 years ago, I decided to move my family back to Oakland County. I live, as I stated, on Carson Drive with my husband and 3 children. I also work in the city of Troy. One of the most attractive features of the property we purchased was the dead-end street, beautiful home, and the safety offered in this peaceful neighborhood. We decided that we wanted to raise our children in Troy due to many amenities that Troy has to offer to families, such as great schools, green space, parks, and single-family home neighborhoods. I have many concerns with the new proposed development to include increased traffic on Crooks, which is already an existing issue, overcrowding of schools, safety on our street, added congestion in the area, and reduction of green space. I realize that the property is zoned for multifamily use. It does not mean that the board has to approve a plan not in the best interests of the existing neighborhood. A proposed development of this size only serves the profit of a developer and adds no benefit to the current residents or the city of Troy. We do not wish to raise our children in an overcongested area with increased traffic and safety concerns. If this was our intention, we would have stayed in the city we previously resided. Thank you for your time. This person lives in Westwood Park subdivision. Last name is S-H-A-H. Dear Troy City Manager, we are strongly opposed to this development of new construction and townhomes, condos near Waddles and Crooks intersections. Our main concerns are traffic, pedestrian safety, and congested development all around our city. This one has no address or name. Hello, Troy Planning Committee. As a longtime resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. This plan will disrupt traffic, cause congestion, and harm our city's wildlife. Putting 74 residential units in a currently wooded area will negatively affect my day-to-day life and harm our neighborhoods. Please consider this when making your decision. Thanks. No address, no name. Nope, she duplicated. This one does not state an address, but the last name is CHANDRASEKARAN. Hello, Troy Planning Committee. As a longtime resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. This plan will disrupt traffic, cause congestion, and harm our city's wildlife. Putting 74 residential units in a currently wooded area will negatively affect my day-to-day life. This sounds so similar. Please consider this when making your decision. Thanks. Mr. Krent, so there's multiple emails.
Yes.
They all have different names, but it's the same verbiage. Do I just keep reading that?
I think you're going to have to list all the names and addresses if they're given, and you can probably read it once and just say all these people
Okay.
duplicated that
Same
same.
email. Okay. Thank you. This last name is ARAVAPALLY. Hello, Troy Planning Committee. As a longtime resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. This plan will disrupt traffic, cause congestion, and harm our city's wildlife. Putting 74 residential units in a currently wooded area will negatively affect my day-to-day life and harm our neighborhoods. Please consider this when making your decision. Okay, this one's last name is KHAN. There is no address. To whom it may concern, this is in regards to the Crooks Road townhomes that are proposed to be built on 2 lots on the corner of Crooks and Waddles. I would like to write to oppose the new proposal that the Planning Commission has recently released. It is not fair to the community that this proposal has come in the midst of COVID, where we cannot voice our concern around the inevitable increased traffic congestion, depressed property values, loss of greenery and wildlife. At the last meeting, over 150 residents showed up to oppose this development. Please consider moving the meeting to a time where residents will be greatly impacted by this proposal can attend or not, and moving forward this proposal at all. I'm sorry, one moment. The last name is Gaddam. Hello, Troy Planning Committee. This is one that I've already read. As a longtime resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. This plan will disrupt traffic, cause congestion, and harm to our city's wildlife. Putting 74 residential units in a currently wooded area will negatively affect day-to-day life in Troy and harm our neighborhoods. Please consider the people of Troy when making decisions for the community. This one is from Andrea Noble, Treasurer of the Woodlands of Troy HOA. I'm not seeing the address, and I will read her statement. Dear Commissioners, I am writing to express my opposition to the Crooks Road Townhomes multifamily development as described in the Planning Commission agenda for November 10th, 2020. I first spoke to you on September 24th, 2020, to express the concerns of my fellow Woodlands of Troy Homeowners Association members. On January 14th of this year, I was in attendance and in support of my neighbors at a second presentation by Tolbert Brothers. At the January meeting, the Planning Commission tabled the approval of the design of the townhome houses and instructed the applicant to digest comments made by residents, Planning Commission, and staff, and to address the site plans identified in the planning consultant report and staff review. With regard to the residents' concerns, only superficial changes were made and no substantive changes can be identified. For a detailed delineation of these concerns, I would direct you to a letter written by my neighbor, Jerry Roush, dated November 9th, 2020, representing the concerns of the Board of Directors of the Woodlands HOA, of which I am a member. I will not take up your time repeating what he has already said. Safe to say that I agree with his explanations wholeheartedly. Our major objections continue to be the lack of compatibility and adequate transition from our single-family homes to the multifamily townhouses, the density of the development, stormwater drainage, and the newly added walkway into Penrose from the retention area. To his credit, the EVA to Carson Drive was eliminated and a new EVA was planned for Crooks Road as a result of the newly acquired property adjacent to the original plot. That acquisition also resulted in adding a significant number of new townhouses. In a half-hearted effort to insert public space into the development, picnic tables, benches, and a gazebo were added around the detention pond, in addition to a walking path into our subdivision. One can only wonder why he feels compelled to remove the dead-end barricade at the end of Penrose and put a walking path into our subdivision, which he claims this access is only for the stormwater facility and does not connect to the rest of the site. What is the purpose of this? These are just a few of the outstanding issues. I implore you to deny this request until such time as your suggestions and our concerns are fully addressed. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. That concludes my readings. And then Mr. Savant will begin his.
Ms. Dufresne is next.
Yes, Brent? Okay, Julie Dufresne will read the next 41.
I cannot hear Julie. I'm not reading 82 of these. Just warning you, Julie. Julie, I can read the next 41 if you want. And then while you fix your issues. 1 second. The first email is from, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The first email is from Ashit Shah. I'm going to set my timer because this might go over 3 minutes. 1 second. Dear Planning Commission members, I'm a longstanding resident of Troy, more than 26 years, and I've been residing at 4088 Parkstone Court since 1996. It is the property at the western edge of the proposed project, hence will be one of the most impacted property owner with this eyesore of a development if it continues with current proposal. I've read the material at the Troy Planning Commission website. I am not opposed to development of land in Troy. On the contrary, I'm all for the development in Troy to make it a vibrant city and beating heart of Southeast Michigan. However, I'm reiterating my objection to this particular proposed project for the reasons outlined in my previous email dated January 6, 2020. I have even stronger objections than before, as most of our concerns are dismissed as unfounded or just complaints of homeowners who are worried about their property values. First of all, the rebuttal letter from hired gun, Mr. Aventini, seems to be condescending to intelligence of Troy residents. I'm not sure as a non-resident of Troy, he has the right to judge what is right for the residents of Troy. Second of all, you should not assume that we are a bunch of idiots who do not understand the intention and codes of the city. As you are all quite aware of the groundswell of opposition to this development, a number of people showing up in person to oppose it during previous meetings, a number of messages, greater than 100 on last count, raising various concerns. I noticed that those concerns of the residents are ignored in this new proposal. Instead, there's a new access to the detention pond through Penrose Boulevard. There's a walkway and picnic tables added around the detention pond. These amenities are of no use to the residents of proposed development as they do not have access to it. We, residents of Woodlands of Troy, did not request this access and strongly oppose to this feature. This will result in one, construction mess around our homes during initial construction and any future maintenance of this detention pond. Two, it risks parking of vehicles on Parkstone and Penrose streets for access to this walkway. Three, potential for our streets being used as overflow parking area by the residents and guests of the new development as their parking situation remain inadequate for the density of the housing units and residents. Four, trash, litter, and animal waste in our backyard by the folks using the walkway. Who will be responsible for maintenance of this walkway? Five, pedestrian traffic next to our properties were currently over 100 yards of wilderness and nature. One of the main concerns was and is the density of the units proposed. The assumptions made here is that this development will be occupied with young adults just moving out of their parents' home or cohabiting adults without kids or senior citizens / empty nesters. I have visited friends in other townhomes in Troy and other parts of Southeast Michigan, and that is not a true depiction of who live there. Many of these communities will house young families with school-age kids, including immigrant families. Being immigrant myself, I know that immigrant families usually have a higher number of people in a household, including grandparents and kids. That's 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move on to the next one. And again, that was Ashit Shah, 4088 Parkstone Court. This is a second email from Ashit Shah. Let me confirm whether it's the same address. It's a second email, Mr. Chairman. I've already read his first email, 3 minutes.
He only gets one 3-minute shot. We'll just put it in the record, but we won't read it.
The record, he sent to Mr. Ashit Shah, 4088 Parkstone, sent 2 emails.
Yep.
The next email is from Ashka Shah. Hello, I'm writing in opposition to the new proposal for the Crooks Road Townhome development and the retention pond with access from Penrose Drive. I live in one of the homes that will be directly impacted by the Crooks Road Townhome development. The fact that the Planning Commission has decided to spring another proposal at the last minute in the middle of a pandemic is absolutely ridiculous. At the last meeting, there were over 150 people present that clearly opposed the development in the first place, and trying to sneak another proposal in that would directly impact the neighborhood I've lived in for over 20 years is a direct insult to everyone who has ever lived in Troy. It clearly shows that the city has financial interest in their longtime citizens. Not only will the development affect multiple neighborhoods around the Crooks Waddles intersection, which is already busy due to I-75, it will depress property values, increase congestion, and reduce greenery and wildlife. I am deeply disappointed in the City of Troy's Planning Commission. This was an insult to the citizens of Troy. At the very least, the meeting to discuss the proposal should be moved to a time when the COVID pandemic is not raging and the residents and taxpayers of Troy can voice their opinion. Thanks, Ashka. No address given. Next email is from Abasia SOBH, I'm assuming. I'm going to apologize in advance for mispronunciation of some of these names. So the last name is Sobh, S-O-B-H. Hi, Planning Committee. I'm a resident near the proposed townhomes living on Bradbury Drive. I'm against this proposal. Trees will be cut down, traffic issues will result, more cars in commotion, etc. Thank you for your time. Next email is from Amy Lee, L-E-I-G-H. Dear Troy City Planning Department, I'm writing to oppose the Crooks townhouse development. While I have only been a resident of Troy for 3.5 years, I have observed a concerning trend of allowing builders to build whatever they want in any small space available. Some may be appropriate in a given area, but I've noticed also some very unattractive and out-of-place developments, which leads me to think that as a concerned citizen who is approving all this, why is squeezing so many units into a small space good for the area? Is money the answer? This plan does not conform to the other properties in the surrounding area. The traffic congestion is worse here than it was when I first moved here. Every little space left in Troy does not have to be taken up by developers. I sincerely hope you listen to the residents of this city and the concern they have for what is clearly a problem. We do not need more of what you've already approved in other areas. Why not develop a new park? Thank you for your consideration. And then it's signed Amy Tallarico, T-A-L-A-R-I-C-O. Next email is from Arushi Mahajan, N-A-H-A-J-A-N. To whom it may concern, this is in regards to the Crooks Road townhomes that are proposed to be built on 2 lots on the corner of Crooks and Waddles. I would like to write to oppose the new proposal that the Planning Commission has already released. It is not fair to the community that this proposal has come in the midst of the COVID pandemic, where we cannot voice our concern around the inevitable increased traffic congestion, depressed property values, loss of greenery and wildlife. At the last meeting, over 150 Troy residents showed up to oppose this development. Please consider moving the meeting to a time when residents that will be greatly impacted by this proposal can attend, or not moving forward this new proposal at all. Arushi Mahajan. Next is from Giab L, X-I-A-O-B-L. Dear sir, we oppose the project of large condo complex on Waddles and Crooks. Sincerely, Bob, Troy resident. No address provided. Next is from Brian Bartkowiak, B-A-R-T-K-O-W-I-A-K. As a concerned citizen and resident of Mary Hill Acres, I'm writing about the proposed Crooks Road townhome development. I have several concerns about this project. 1, we reside at the corner of Lehigh and Fountain and already see a large number of traffic in the mornings and afternoons when Troy High is in session, because people use Fountain and the streets leading to Northfield Parkway as a driving path. We have a son with special needs. He is blind and deaf, and are concerned about his safety when he is outside with a large amount of traffic coming near our home. Undoubtedly, residents of this proposed densely populated development will also use our subdivision as a means for getting to and from Northfield Parkway. This will increase traffic in our neighborhood and result in more safety risks for our son. 2, one of the beauties of Troy is the open areas and a mix of developed and undeveloped land. This makes our city desirable and a pleasant place to live. Please keep the best interests of Troy residents as a priority when making decisions about its development. Please prioritize the needs of Troy residents ahead of developers and the developers' bottom line, which is money. 3, the proposed development does not fit with the single-family homes within the immediate area. Please consider that in your decision-making. I have attended prior meetings when this development was discussed, and the developer, along with its hired consultants, do not appear to be transparent with their intent and overall design, i.e., misleading scales on submitted drawings. Please put the best interests of citizens of Troy at the top of your list. Please do not let this development move forward as it currently is proposed. Signed, Brian Bartkowiak, 4278 Lehigh Drive. Please make sure all your microphones are muted. Next is from Brian Connolly, C-O-N-O-L-L-Y. Dear City of Troy Planning Commission, I appreciate all that you are doing to serve the city of Troy, especially during these times. To that end, I respectfully request that you continue to deny the proposed Crooks Road townhome project. I attended the 2 previous Planning Commission meetings at which this project was proposed. In reviewing the current agenda, I do not see much of any changes that address the concerns expressed by the large number of Troy residents who were present at the previous meetings. Out of respect for your time, I will be brief. A townhome project with 74 units of 3-story height consisting of 13 buildings on 5.7 acres is simply not consistent with the surrounding long-standing neighborhoods. I moved my family to Troy in 2014 and purchased our home on Carson Drive, immediately north of the proposed project. We love living in our Troy neighborhood for many reasons, but fear that this proposed project will eliminate many of the benefits of our current neighborhood in which we live. My concerns, which are shared by my neighbors and have been discussed in detail at 2 previous meetings, include, but are not limited to, the following. The density of this project does not conform or blend with the existing neighborhood. In addition, this density will undoubtedly cause major issues with parking and traffic in the area. A simple fence along some of the proposed project's property line does not negate the fact that 13 buildings of 3 stories jammed into a small plot of land does not transition to the existing single-family homes surrounding this area. To simply discount the needs and rights of the existing citizens of nearby homes would be a disservice to them and to the long-term health of the city of Troy. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission honestly ask themselves, who does this project intend to serve? It certainly is not intended for the betterment of the existing families that reside here or the schools nearby. So who does it benefit other than a developer looking to maximize profits on a small piece of land? I don't ask this to insult you, as I know you are fully aware. I merely ask this rhetorical question so that we do not lose sight of what is important amongst the developer/consultant's attempt to minimize the negative impact of this project, which does not belong at this location in Troy. I appreciate you taking the time to review and deny this proposed development for the sustainment and betterment of Troy. Brian Connolly, Carson Drive, Troy, Michigan. Next is from Carl Koenig, Koenig. That's Carl with a C. I'm writing this email because I'm unable to attend the Planning Commission meeting and voice my opposition to this development. This development is completely out of character for the neighborhood and must not be allowed. It is obvious to the most casual observer that the developers are only interested in maximizing their profit and do not care whatsoever on how their design fits in with the adjacent neighborhoods. I do not understand how the Planning Commission has not yet rejected this development. Time after time, the citizens have appeared before you to voice their opposition to this development. Yet all you do is delay your decision. Are you waiting for us to give up? If so, that is not going to happen. Everyone living around this property is opposed to this project. Please kill it once and for all. Carl Koenig, 4393 Cahill Drive. Next is from Carmen Franco, Franko. I strongly oppose the condo development project on Crooks and Wattles. We need to slow down on the dense population development in this city. It is getting ridiculous. No address provided. Next is from Carol Kohut, Kohut. I've been following with alarm the city's plans to develop the property at Crooks and Wattles with 74 townhomes. These constructions do nothing for property values but depress them, and the traffic congestion creates another headache. Every police officer knows that the density of this kind of construction also adds to crime rate. I urge the city council to reconsider yet another multiplex construction project. Troy already has too many Amber apartment complexes. We don't need any more. Carol Kohut, no address provided. Next is from Cynthia Desmond. Dear Planning Committee members, please do not approve this development at Crooks and Wattles. This corner/area is already very busy. If this gets approved, along with the apartment, it will be a nightmare. This is not what the community feels is the best use for the area. Dense housing? Have you driven by Wattles in the last week? There's a beautiful single-family ranch for sale. The sign on the property facing Wattles advertising it can be sold and used for multifamily housing. Please treat this area as a whole. No current traffic study can predict the future. Thank you. Again, Cynthia Desmond, Desmon. Next is from Cindy Sweeney, Sweeney. Dear Planning Commission, I've lived at 4037 Glencastle Drive, Woodlands of Troy subdivision since 1990. We're the original homeowners at this address, as are many of our neighbors, long-term residents at their addresses. There's been very little turnover in this neighborhood for many reasons. We've participated in good numbers at the Planning Commission meetings where the topic of the proposed Crooks Road townhomes has been on the agenda. We're not allowed to attend the meeting November 10th due to COVID-19 protocols. But this email is my attempt to share my opinion to encourage the Planning Commission to not approve this project without consideration of the nearby residents' continued concerns even after the plans have been modified. We are concerned for the city, our neighborhood, and equitable resolution of the future problems that could reasonably ensue due to the congested 3-story, 74 units being erected next door single-family homes. The density, the lack of transition, increased traffic, and additional strain on our schools, et cetera, are legitimate concerns. Please do not approve the proposal as it appears now. Again, Cynthia Sweeney, 4037 Glencastle Drive. Next is from Dan Robinger, Raubinger. City of Troy Planning Commission members, you will review and discuss the development proposal November 10th to be located in the Crooks Wattles neighborhood node. Again, strongly objected by neighboring residents in the first two iterations and barely changed with this new. We now have a report from a hired consultant portraying us as Neanderthals that can't possibly understand the subtleties of real estate development. Its condensation is blatant. First, just as the September 2019 proposal did not consider the 2.70 acre parcel at 4095 Crooks, this proposal does not comprehend the 2.59 acre parcel at 1070 Wattles Road, now for sale. See attached photo. Oh, a holistic development proposal of the full northwest corner would be more appealing to neighboring residents. This is the same scenario with the Westington proposed development at the southeast corner behind 7-Eleven, with the developer trying to shoehorn the maximum number of units into an irregularly shaped lot immediately adjacent to R1B zone property. Second, multiple facets of this proposal are inconsistent with our Troy master plan, but more importantly, the Troy zoning ordinances. See Jerry Roush's email for all of those details. Third, nearby residents are not categorically opposed to development of this neighborhood node parcel. The Wattles and John R. development is a tangible example of what could be supported, but certainly not the only possibility. As leaders of our HOA, and also residents, we expect the Planning Commission to consider not only what is being discussed November 10th, but the larger picture. This includes the Westington proposed development at the southeast corner of and neighborhood node I. The height and mass and intensity transitional features there also do not provide the appropriate transition to the adjacent properties. For these reasons and others to be detailed with additional emails, the Woodlands of Troy Homeowners Association Board of Directors recommends this proposal be denied, pending substantial modification. No longer should the development proposals be grandfathered into the prior neighborhood node zoning. Those changes adopted by the Planning Commission in December 2019 would be a giant step in gaining the support of nearby residents. Dan Robinger, President, Board of Directors, Woodlands of Troy, HOA, no address provided. Next is from Daphne Natiri, NTIRI. Dear Troy Planning Commissioners, on behalf of all of us in the community, this is yet another special appeal to you all on the Planning Committee to seriously blocking the proposed development of the Crooks Townhome on Crooks and Wattles, and to address the concerns we have, concerns I think that should say, we have about the impacts of this development on the neighborhood. We've come before you and stressed that there are too many things at stake with this proposal. There are no new roads being constructed, so the traffic congestion on these streets will be nothing like anywhere else in Troy, particularly with the number of new units being proposed. The potential traffic jam, parking inadequacies, and the possibility for new unwanted crime are serious concerns. Beside the congestion, I really also like for you to take into consideration the negative impact of this proposal on the health and welfare of us in this community, and the safety of the children and the overall welfare of the community. We understand that minimal effort has been done to modify the plan of the housing complex, which proposes a 3-story complex in a neighborhood where there are only single-family homes that are no more than 2-story high. This does not make for a satisfactory layout balance of this community. Repeated requests have been presented to the commission all last year to ask for modifications, but none of this seemed to be forthcoming. It is my sincerest wish that you will take these pleas seriously to block this proposed townhouse complex in the Crooks Wattles Crossroads until some meaningful modifications have been completed. Daphne Natiri, 4198 Carson Drive. Next is from Daryl with 1 R and 1 L, D-A-R-Y-L, Dick Hutt, D-I-C-K-H-U-D-T. My name is Daryl Dick Hutt, and I live at 4143 Glencastle Drive, Troy, Michigan, 48098. I'm very concerned about the number of proposed units, 74, the 3-story height of the units, the lack of green space associated with the project, and the negative impact it will have on the residential homes in our neighborhood. I know the developer would like to build on the property, but the number of units is too high for transitional housing in this immediate area. Please vote against approving the project and request a reduction in the number of units. Thank you. Respectfully submitted, Daryl Dickhut, 4143 Glencastle Drive. Next is from David Rusing, R-U-S-I-N-G, 1425 Bradbury. Dear Planning Commission, I'm very disappointed that the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal is still moving forward and the concerns on the Troy homeowners are not being seriously taken. I've raised several objections to the development, citing concerns of form, height of the buildings, type of material used, traffic congestion, and safety for the resident living in the proposed development, as well as others who use Crooks daily. Please do not approve this multifamily residence project until the concerns of current Troy homeowners are met. Next is from Deanna Vetrone, V-E-T-R-O-N-E. Hello. I'm writing in opposition to the proposed development of Crooks and Wattles. I grew up in Troy and just recently moved back, and I'm appalled at the overdevelopment of what was once a beautiful town with green space and woods. Anything that is left seems to have a sign up indicating commercial development. There should be a moratorium on the clear cutting of any more trees, and the council should concentrate on purchasing parcels of undeveloped land to have a land trust for the city. Research points to the importance of people having access to green space. This city is turning into a city where that is not possible. When I grew up here, there was a mix of homes, shopping, woods, and farms. The city now seems intent on making sure that the woods and farms are gone, along with nature, wildlife, and fresh air. The quality of life in this town has been greatly diminished, considering where we are as a world where global warming is considered one of the greatest threats to life on this planet, and the nation just elected a president who's making environmental conservation a top priority. How can any municipality still be approving overdevelopment and cutting of trees? It's madness. Please stop this and all future development of the few pieces of beautiful land left in the city. Sincerely, Deanna Vetrone. Next is from Debbie A. Noss, K-N-A-U-S-S, 3897 Meadowbrook Drive. Good afternoon. As a resident of Troy my entire life, I'm extremely unhappy with the direction that the city is going. Is it your intention to cut down every last tree and create a 24/7 traffic jam? The intersection of Wattles and Crooks is already a death trap. The 7-Eleven creates a hazard every day. And now you want to put townhomes kitty corner to the 7-Eleven? Please reconsider. There's already too little green space left in the city and the traffic has become intolerable. This intersection cannot handle an increased traffic load. Try to put the tax revenue aside and think about a city that is a nice place to raise a family. Every time I see the city's motto, City of Tomorrow Today, it makes me really sad for what tomorrow will look like if this continues. Please reconsider the addition of townhomes at the already congested intersection. Please consider keeping some green spaces in this ever-increasing concrete jungle. Thank you, Debbie Noss. Next is from Devinder, D-E-V-I-N-D-E-R, Singh, S-I-N-G-H, Devinder Singh, 2452 Claymont Drive. To whom it may concern, as a resident of Troy for the last 17 years, I completely, disagree building of townhomes on Crooks Road. May I request the Planning Commission to consider build park green areas instead of building another condo? Thank you. Next is from Ed Jaskulka, 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 4291 Lehigh Drive. Dear Troy Planning Commissioners, I'm ready to express my strong opposition to this Crooks Road Townhouse proposal. I've personally attended all previous commission meetings addressing this proposal, and it is clear to me that going forward with this development would be a grave disservice to the surrounding community. Please listen to your constituents' many objections to this development and emphatically reject it. This next one is from Geeta Desai, Geeta Desai, 1844 Rolling Woods, Troy, in the Oak River East subdivision. Hello, due to my health, I'm unable to make the meeting tomorrow evening. However, I want to ensure you know I, a 30-plus year resident of Troy, I'm strongly opposed to the plan for townhomes going up on Crooks and Wattles. While I'm all about expansion, the 7-Eleven on that corner already causes many issues: traffic, car accidents, many near misses, etc. Townhomes will only add to this. Further, once schools start up again, that area will be a nightmare for residents. Also, it seems many of these plans don't seem to support the seniors and those people downsizing. I would kindly ask the city council to revise their plans. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I'm going to set a timer for this just in case. This is from Geomy George, Geomy George. Respected board, I am Geomy George, a resident of 4025 Glencastle Drive, towards the west and south of the proposed development. I'm relatively new to the state, and what attracted me to Troy was its peace and calm, even though Troy has a lot of busy establishments. Troy has oases of peace and low-density housing, which it is an area nearby the proposed establishment. And Troy also has its busy nodes, which are places close to Somerset Mall and places like the Somerset Place Apartments. It's been widely known that high-density apartments typically promote crime, which has been observed at the Somerset Apartments. The crime statistics show that in Troy, most crime is not in the busy establishments, but they are in the high-density housing units. There was a murder not so long ago at Somerset Apartments, which was done by an employee of the high-density apartment. There does not exist a good reason, but statistics show that a high-density living palace promotes crime in the area. Typically, the neighborhood feels safer when there's good harmony between the residents. Here, the builder has made no attempt to build harmony with the residents. A letter posted from a builder's paid consultant has made statements like, virtually no relationship between the developments, which is ridiculous. It seems that the builder forgets that the developments share a boundary, and claiming that there is no virtual relationship is like Canada and the USA don't have any relationship at all. The builder claims that middle housing is in great demand, but he's using older statistics. In light of the COVID pandemic, it has been shown conclusively that people are leaving high-density middle housing, mostly available in cities, to the sanctuary of suburban single-family housing stock like what is currently available in Troy. A comparison between current prices for single-family homes versus the number of empty apartments in Troy would elucidate the fact clearly. The truth is middle housing is losing demand because of COVID, and the current hot item is for single-family housing stock. It's evident that pushing for higher density housing stock just supports the builder's agenda of making money and not for any community upliftment. The statistics quoted are also extremely suspect. Page 73, OHM Advancing Communities. It says that the 74 units are expected to make only 34 new trips in the morning. In my home, me and my wife go for work every day, and it's 2 trips in the morning from a single address. Extrapolating that, the 74 units are expected to generate 148 trips in the morning. In the report, it is mentioned that the total number of trips per day is expected to be 550 units, which is 20% of the peak traffic in Crooks Road. This fact has been conveniently hidden, and emphasis has been given to 34 trips in the morning, which is again ridiculous. Common sense dictates that at least 100 cars coming up from the development during working hours into Crooks. My point was not to contradict the statistics. I believe there's a lot of uncertainty in the builder submitted documents. Given the condition in our nation and city, we need more trust, healing, transparency, and cooperation. That was the timer, Mr. Chairman. Again, Geomy George. This next one is from Jim Murray. Jim Murray. To whom it may concern, we are writing to express our opposition to the proposed Crooks Road Townhome project. My wife and I moved our family into our Woodland subdivision home in April of 1989. So for the last 31 years, we've enjoyed the benefits of living in the city of Troy. Some of the benefits include thoughtful neighbors, a quiet, well-kept, and safe neighborhood with great schools and home value appreciation. In this instance of opposition to the proposed development, safety concerns are just part of the equation. Since the 7-Eleven store was built on the intersection of Crooks and Wattles, the vehicle congestion has increased substantially. Vehicles turn in and out of the 7-Eleven parking lot just a few yards from the light with little room to spare, causing backups to the point some vehicles lined up at the red light wait through the whole change sequence and have to wait through another red sequence before they can proceed. Having the proposed townhomes just north of this intersection on Crooks Road is going to make the traffic congestion exponentially worse and potentially more dangerous. Green space has always been an important part of any development in the city. We're losing far too much of the woodlands that support the varied wildlife we are fortunate to have here. Noise levels in our area continually increase. The subject development would create loss of vegetation and its contribution to clearer air, habitat for wildlife, water retention, noise abatement, and beauty. These are some of the reasons we object strongly to this development. Other items of importance are the negative impact a development like this would have on the value of our homes. A partial transient population, potential pedestrian access to our sub by townhome owners and renters and their guests, invited and uninvited, as well as potential use of our streets for parking, are just not acceptable and have the very real possibility of bringing an increase in crime into our neighborhood via this additional access point. The design of the proposed development barely fits into such a small land footprint, towers over our homes, and housing design, as well as the proposed enclosure and fencing, does not fit with the architecture of homes in our sub as well as those surrounding. Allowing this venture to move forward as currently planned would potentially benefit the builder or developer, however, would be to the detriment of the neighbors and the surrounding homes and subdivisions. Sincerely, James and Sharon Murray, 1267 Bradbury Drive. This next one is from Jayashri Rao, R-A-O. Hello, I would like to state that I am opposed to another housing complex coming up on Crooks. I would like my opposition registered. Please make note of this in the no vote. I am a resident of Troy. My mailing address is 4415 Wintergreen Drive, Troy, Michigan. Thank you, Jayashri Rao. The next is from Jen, Sir, and Jin Feng Pan, P-A-N. That's J-E-N-N, excuse me, J-E-N-N-T-S-E-R and J-I-N-F-E-N-G, Pan, P-A-N. To whom it may concern, we live in Woodland for over 22 years and we like our subdivision very much. So we oppose the proposal of Waddles Crooks Road Townhomes development. It will do damage to our community. Please do not let the constructor to have its way. 4059 Parkstone Court. This is from Jenny Chang, C-H-A-N-G. Hi, as a fellow citizen on Troy, I strongly oppose Crooks Road Townhouse proposal to protect our city. Please help us and stop it. Thanks, Jenny. Next is from Jimmy Zhu, XU. Dear Planning Committee, my name is Jiming Zhu, living at 4179 Carson Drive, Troy, and I'm writing to express my vehement opposition to the proposed development of the townhouse project at 4115 Crooks Road. I'm very surprised that it surfaced out on the agenda. We had a lot of discussions last year, and many have already voiced their opposition to this development due to concerns with density, transition, compatibility, parking, safety of children, overdevelopment, and the huge impact on traffic, existing utilities, emergency access, school capacity, and environment. I remembered that the commission asked the developer to address those concerns. I have not heard any meaningful mitigation measures from the developer yet. The development plan is again on the agenda. It's very unfair to the residents to allow this even on the agenda again. The developer, Tollbrook, has tried multiple times. I don't see any sincerity from the developer to address any concerns that the community has. Rather, they're trying to play a game in the hope that their plan can be somehow pushed through without attracting much attention. I think it's time to put this whole project to rest. Respectfully, Jiming Zhu. Next is from John Bridge. My name is John Bridge. I reside at 4089 Penrose Court in Troy. Our neighborhood, Woodlands of Troy, is immediately adjacent to the proposed development. Inadequate notice. We received notification that the proposed development is on the November 10th, 2020 Planning Commission agenda just 2 business days prior to the hearing. This notification period is entirely inadequate to allow a thorough review of the proposal and the several hundred pages attached by interested parties and their counsel. I therefore request that the hearing on this proposal be postponed until at least 10 business days prior notice can be provided by the commission. Objections to proposal. Traffic, parking, and safety issues. The corner at Waddles and Crooks is already heavily congested. With the addition of the 7-Eleven store recently, it's unsafe for entering and exiting vehicles, turning vehicles, pedestrians, particularly children, bicyclists, etc. Green space and parking issues. The development lacks adequate open areas, and parking for residents. And the buildings have a meager 15-foot setback, which is completely inadequate and inconsistent with all neighboring properties. Further, there's only one half-guest parking space per unit and virtually no place for children to bicycle and play. With the number of units planned, as many as 140 children could reside in the development. Without adequate play areas, they will be in great danger as they're forced to use the street or, what's worse, to go out onto the sidewalk along traffic congested crooks. Storm drain and animal dislocation. The development will discharge stormwater into the drain lane, which is already beyond capacity and which experiences frequent backups. Destruction of the trees and woodlands is ecologically foolish and will imperil untold wildlife. We insist that both the EPA and Michigan DEQ be consulted before more damage is done to our already fragile local environment. Request for denial of proposal or postponement. As a commission member, you each have a responsibility to maintain the beauty, safety, and ecology of our wonderful Troy community. This proposal is inconsistent with all three of those long-held Troy values and should be summarily and completely rejected. In any event, the hearing should be postponed until such time as adequate notice can be provided to interested Troy citizens. Sincerely, John W. Bridge. Next is from Gerald Holmberg, Holmberg. Number one issue and our added concern. Non-resident parking in the woodlands on Bradbury, Penrose, and Penrose Court once the connecting sidewalk from townhome complex to our subdivision is in place. Projected scenarios. 1, townhome additional cars will use our street to park because the sidewalk makes it convenient to do so. 2, townhome resident teens that drive and also their friends will park on woodland streets due to easy access to their complex. 3, visitors of townhome residents will also more readily use the named woodland streets since townhome parking is limited. 4, when townhome gazebo and picnic tables are in place, it will be more convenient for their guests to park on our woodland streets. 5, the result is our own woodland visitors, family members, and service companies may find parking either limited at times or possibly not available at all. Some examples are landscapers, delivery trucks, moving vans, tradespeople, city workers such as snowplows and street cleaners. Our residents know to move vehicles for ease and completion of work. The above examples, we believe, shows how our quality of life will be impacted in this great city of Troy. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Judith and Gerald Holmberg, Bradbury Drive, The Woodlands. Next is from Karen Shaw, 4040 Glencastle Drive. For all the reasons stated in the numerous planning commission meetings which I've attended, which are too numerous to list, I'm vehemently opposed to the building of this complex. This developer has not addressed any of the pertinent issues raised by the homeowners of Woodlands. The superficial fixes proposed by the developer do nothing to alleviate the serious problems raised in our prior meetings, and most likely will contribute to greater parking issues for our homeowners. If I wanted to live in a neighborhood of cheap condos, overcrowding, and traffic problems, I would have built my home in Oak Park or Madison Heights. I fail to understand why the planning committee has done nothing in the past year to shut this project down. Next is from Catherine Mikulski, Catherine with a K, Mikulski. To the Planning Commission, as a resident of 4408 Cahill Drive, I strongly oppose the townhome development. The development of a townhome near this intersection will increase further unnecessary traffic. Leaving our subdivision can be a challenge already. Further traffic is unnecessary. In addition, as suburban life incorporates natural surroundings with various commercial buildings, a townhome is like a commercial building in that it stands out in an environment that has homes with lawns. Incorporating a townhome structure in this area will eliminate the natural aesthetic that many residents here enjoy, which also can lead to a decline in the wildlife population. For this reason, I strongly hope the Planning Commission votes no for this development. Regards, Catherine Mikulski. Next is from Costa and Carol Hardaloupas, Hardaloupas. Here we are again, voicing our objections to the Crooks Road Townhome proposal. Despite the pandemic and the inability of the Maryhill Acres residents to be physically present at today's Planning Commission meeting, our resolve remains the same. We clearly voiced our objections last year and presented our concerns from multiple sources, which have been inadequately addressed by the developers. Multi-unit housing in that parcel of land does not provide any benefits to the outlying area in terms of aesthetics, environmental benefit, or any benefit for single home residential living. I feel that as property owners and taxpayers to the city of Troy, our concerns must be taken into consideration. To the Planning Commission, listen to our objections and take the correct measures, deny the development of the townhouse proposal. Next is from Christian Rondeau, Rondeau, 5090 Longview Drive. Hello. I'm writing this morning to let you know that I oppose the proposed development of condos, townhomes at the corner of Wattles and Crooks. I've been a lifelong resident, moving here in 1976 as a child, and live here now with my family. And I have witnessed the changes all the development has brought. Some of it has been good, Big Beaver Corridor, but I feel that we need to really look at what the future holds for our city. Do we want to be a city of concrete and high density housing, catering to every developer that buys a small plot of land and wants to make a dollar? What do they do for our community after they make their fortune and leave? Is our infrastructure able to support all of this high density housing? My parents now live at Long Lake and Livernois, and the townhomes that are being built across from them are an eyesore, completely out of place for the area and no green space. I know we can't go back to the days of horses and farms, but we should be concerned about what kind of city we're leaving our future generations. Thank you, Kristen Rondeau. Next is from Les and Liz Kobilak, Kobyalak, 1938 Canary Court. Good afternoon. We are once again voicing our strong opposition to the proposed Crooks Road and Wattles development. The proposal would have a negative impact on the area and is not in keeping with the character of existing homes. Please do not approve this. Next is from Lisa Paglino, Paglino. I urge the committee to reject this proposal. The structure should complement or be similar to the surrounding homes. Say no to 3 levels. I wish I could be there in person. 1 or 2 story condos for seniors is what this community needs. I live in the adjacent neighborhood. Traffic is already bad. This is not right. That is my 41 emails, Mr. Chairman, and my voice is officially shot.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, I sure can.
Okay, I apologize for that, and thank you for mentioning, Brent. You did a great job. All right, I'm going to bring in the last set of emails. I'm starting with an email from Lopa Rana, Loparana, no address given. Good morning. I hereby strongly oppose this project. Traffic has gone up a great deal in Troy thanks to the commercial and residential construction explosion. Deer accidents are also notorious, and I am afraid in the winter season we are asking for problems. Next is from Diane and Diane Paul, 3844 Root Drive. To the Planning Committee, we urge you to please listen to the citizens of Troy who have spoken over and over against the proposed townhouse development at Crooks and Wattles Roads. Please do not allow this development to go forward. There are several reasons, as you know. Impact on the existing neighborhood, impact on trees, woodlands, lane drain creek, stormwater, impact on traffic. You know all the objections. Please take these to heart and realize this development is not in the best interest of the citizens of Troy. Thank you. Next is from Mary Kay Michaels, 4535 High Cliff Drive. I am asking for this project not to be approved. The project has not changed in any significant way, in my opinion. This project does not fit in this neighborhood. The road cannot handle any more traffic. The property values of the surrounding areas will fall, which is unfair to the rest of the community. I have been at the meetings where the presenter for the project misled the people and the board with obvious errors in the way proportions were represented in the presentation. They have had more than enough chances to improve their proposal. The citizens' complaints seem to fall on deaf ears, but I endure and respectfully ask for this project to be canceled once and for all. Next is from Mary Kennedy. I don't believe there's an address. Please vote no on the proposal for a large condo complex on Waddles and Crooks. Troy does not need another expensive, tightly packed residential development just because there is a piece of open land. Is the building frenzy taking place just another build it and they will come scenario to serve only the tax base? Older people will have difficulty negotiating all the stairs and children will have zero play space. Is the new version for the city to become a series of row house neighborhoods interspersed with mega mansions? Are we destined to become another inner city? I have lived in Troy since 1970. For the past 44 years, my husband and I have lived in a condo in the Northfield Hills neighborhood, which was designed with care to provide green space for every unit. We love condo life and we love Troy, but we are seeing it disappear beneath concrete. Please vote no. Thank you for your consideration, Mary Kennedy. Next is Masood Siddiqui, no address. Dear Planning Commission, I wholeheartedly oppose the proposed development at Crooks and Waddles. Troy is better than this, than to cave to developers who have no vested interest in our great city. Please keep Troy moving forward and not down the path of unnecessary developments. I'm going to set the timer on this one. It's from Mike Lipinski on 4233 Carson Drive. To the honorable members of the Planning Commission, I am writing to request the commission vote to deny this application. 1, during the January meeting, this commission postponed a formal vote on this plan with the recommendation that the developer meet with the neighbors in the adjoining subdivision to try to work out some of the differences. We did have that meeting. I was part of those meetings. The developer did not meet with us in good faith. There was no conversation on addressing concerns. We were told that they had no intent to move off this design to more compatible design. The conversation spent most of the time focused on telling us that we didn't understand the design and our concerns were unwarranted. This submission has no changes to address any of the issues we brought up in the January meeting. They simply add 4 picnic tables and a pavilion. Therefore, based on all the previous objections and concerns and their failure to cooperate to address a single citizen's concern, I ask that you deny the application. 2, since I only have 3 minutes, I want to refer you to the letter submitted by Mr. Gerald Rausch, RAUCH, refuting the Community Image Builders letter to the city. That letter was paid for by the developer and is nothing more than biased commentary. As Mr. Rausch as so amply states in his letter, their commentary is not factually correct. The letter Jerry wrote has actual facts that the city attorney could use to defend a decision in court. The CIB letter would not suffice for that purpose. 3, I believe the timing on this proposal being added to the agenda is suspect at best. This is a highly contested proposal, and although I understand business needs to progress under COVID protocols, this is not a proposal that should be considered at this time. We just went through an election that has left a lot of people distrusting their government. This will not sit well with the Troy community to push this through under a protocol that does not allow proper community participation. I am also concerned that the timing of proposal on this agenda happens to coincide with upcoming term expirations of 2 commission members. I, along with my fellow neighbors, request that you vote this proposal down. This is not a compatible project for the area, and the developer has not acted in good faith. You have given the developer every opportunity to make this work, and they have chosen to ignore the concerns of the citizens and ignore the lack of compliance with the master plan. In the Joint Planning Commission City Council meeting, this exact scenario was discussed and discouraged. This decision is clear and obvious. Regards, Mike Lipinski. Next is from initial P. Gomer, Gomer, 1062 Whisper Way Court. Hi, I want to raise my concern on this development. This development does not fit this neighborhood for various reasons. It will be a disaster for the environment, and it also does not support low-income people. We need to shift this to single-family home and make it far less denser than the current proposal. Thanks. Next is from Pat Baker. I don't see an address. I strongly object to the idea that the northwest corner of Waddles and Crooks is a good location for new condos. Maybe if they were just ranch size, it would be tolerable. But this is an affront for people whose backyards will not be under close surveillance, among other things. Those homeowners bought in a very nice subdivision for many reasons, but certainly didn't expect tall buildings to be looking down on them. And then there is the traffic concern in that area, with school busing needing to be needing to make the turn there so often to go get children to and from the Troy school. The condos on Livernois and Town Center is a great location. There is no subdivision right next to them to be bothered with the disruption to their family-oriented life. Small office buildings like the ones diagonally opposite to this planned building area at Crooks and Waddles would be far superior. Please be kind and respectful to the inhabitants of this city. A few developers want to make a big amount of money at the expense of your loyal citizens who continue to live here in a peaceful, safe environment. Next is from Paul Pabian, Pabian, no address given. I have learned that developers are once again bringing forward a new proposal for a townhouse development, which does not address the many issues previously raised by residents. As a longtime resident of Troy, I vehemently object to this project moving forward. We, Troy, does not need another of these developments which significantly impacts the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. Please register my objection. Next is from Preeti Gupta. Again, I don't see an address. Respected sir or madam, we as long-standing residents of Troy strongly oppose the construction of these townhomes as it would greatly increase traffic on the Crooks-Waddles Crossroad. The 7-Eleven on this crossroad has already lessened the security and hampered the safety for our kids. Please do not consider this project and add to the congestion and haphazard filling of our beloved city. Thanks, Preeti Gupta. Next is from Zachary Reed. I don't see an address. Good afternoon. Typically, I show up in person to object to the Crooks Road townhouses. Due to COVID-19, I realize this is not possible for obvious reasons. First off, I hope whoever is reading this is safe and well as your families. I do not mean to take much of your time as we have said the same things in person, but I wanted to list out the things that concern me and my young family. And unfortunately, I don't know, Brent, if yours is different. It ends with the words "I strongly," and then there's nothing else on my sheet. So maybe if Mr. Reed is listening, he can resubmit that and we'll make it part of the record. Next, we have Ringo.
Mine says the same.
I'm sorry?
Mine says the same on copy.
Okay, thank you.
That's all we got.
Next is from Ringo Zhang, Z-H-A-N-G. No address. Dear Planning Commission members, this is Ringo Zhang, a resident living at Whisper Way Drive. I strongly object the Crooks Town Home project based on the following concerns. 1, traffic jam and safety issued at the cross between Crooks Road and Waddles Road. 2, losing green space due to this project. 3, the neighborhood does not match with this project. 4, the Troy High School capacity, which cannot sustain 74 three-story townhomes. Thanks for your consideration. Next is from Robert Laudicina, Laudicina, 1286 Fountain Drive. With all due respect to the Planning Commission, the residents of the area do not want this proposal to be accepted. We have discussed this and rejected the proposal many times. The reasons have been stated by all. Please represent us properly and reject this proposal. Thank you. Next is from someone who only has an email. I'm sorry, Robert Marcu. Hi there, my name is Robert Marcu, M-A-R-K-U. I am a Troy resident and I am against the condominium development on Waddles and Crooks. Enough concrete and killing those little green areas left. Next is from Scott and Claudia Lehman, L-E-M-A-N, 1075 Fountain Drive. Dear Planning Commission, I am writing in opposition to the proposed Crooks Road Townhome development. As not much has been changed from previous submissions, I'm sending my previous complaints regarding this development. And she starts again, Dear City of Troy, I live at 1075 Fountain Drive in Troy. I am married with 2 young children. We have lived on Fountain Drive for 11 years. We love our neighborhood and the community and would like to stay and raise our children here. The proposed Crooks Road townhomes could sadly change our minds. I have included our previous email with concerns over the first plan the developer submitted. Sadly, the revised plan only strengthens our opposition. We are still opposed to the development based on most of the points brought up in our first email, but we'll point out again our major issues. Bullet point 1, traffic, parking, and safety in the already congested area of Crooks and Waddles Roads. Density, 115,736 square feet of residences. 3-story height, and quality of materials of the proposed townhomes is not compatible with the surrounding single-family homes. The majority of the existing homes around the proposed development are set back over 100 feet from the sidewalk, versus the proposed 3-story townhomes will be set back only 15 feet. That the second-story balconies are looking down into the existing homeowners' front and backyards. Destruction of trees and woodlands, including the lane drain creek, will be harmful to many animals, including the deer. Not enough guest parking in the development. There is only half guest space per unit, and with most people using half of the inside of their garage for storage and most households having 2 cars, 1 car will have to be parked in the guest spot. That the development will discharge their stormwater into the lane drain creek and impact the existing flooding. Increase to stormwater, which is already at capacity. Stormwater already shoots out of the drain like a geyser when there's a very heavy rain, and Carson residents have had stormwater backups in their homes on multiple occasions. That the development will end up being mostly rental units. This is a safety and health concern. Concern is based on other similar 3-story townhome developments in Troy, where the non-owner occupied total is as high as 60%. Reduction in the value to our existing single-family homes, possibly reducing values by somewhere from 5 to 10%. Thank you for your time. Again, Scott and Claudia Lehman. She forwarded another email that was made part of the record back in August. I'm going to move on to Sujith Nair, N-A-I-R, resident 1337 Bradbury. Dear Planning Board members, I am a Troy resident. 1337 Bradbury, Troy. Full legal name, Sujith Sazdaharan Nair Sobokanamari. I'm very sorry for mangling that. I'll spell the last name, Sobhanakumari, and residing here since August 2020. And I have a concern to report on the proposed Crooks Road townhomes in the given small area and the huge number of proposed units, 74 3-story townhomes, will definitely affect the peace and calm community immediately next. From the plan, it also shows there's going to be an opening to Penrose Drive that may open further increase in the traffic on the current road. Unless there is a revised plan with a significant reduction in the number of units, this plan is going to greatly hurt the communities around, and I urge the committee to look into all the details before approving the current plan as is. Thank you, Sujith. Next, we have Susan Turpin. Dear Sir, Madam, my name is Susan Turpin, and I live at 4216 Carson Drive. I am one of the houses which will be directly impacted by the proposed development. I spoke to the Planning Commission when there was a standing room only at Troy City Hall. Nothing has changed with this new plan. We have sent letters and have spoken on how this development is just wrong for this area: traffic, noise, congestion, etc. This new plan is insulting to all of us who live in the area. I am appalled that the development company paid some person to derail all the information that Jerry at Woodlands wrote. He spent his time and energy writing an extensive 13-page letter to show how that this development is not in the best interest for Troy, myself, or my neighbors. I implore all of the members to not allow this development to come to fruition. Thank you for your time. Next email is from Xiaomin Chen, Xiaomin is the first name, Chen is the last name. Dear Officer, I am a Troy resident living in 975 Emerson Drive. I'm writing this email to express my concern/disapproval about a planned townhome development near my house at Crooks Road. This is hurting our naturally beautiful suburban home neighborhood. As a taxpayer and homeowner, I am not happy about turning our city into concrete playgrounds. Please consider my option and cancel the planning. Thank you very much for your time. Next is from Jerry Rausch. Dear Commissioners, the planning staff has been aware and periodically reminded since January of the Woodlands Homeowners Association's desire to be kept up to date. Unfortunately, we have not been kept in the loop with the activities that have occurred since the January Planning Commission hearing, and only received an email advising of the November hearing at 5:22 p.m. on Friday, 4 days before the hearing. I will do my best to respond to the volume of material in the meeting packet given the limited time permitted. I've reviewed the March 16th, 2020 letter to the Planning Commission from Community Image Builders. It is obvious that Image Builders is being paid to discredit the concerns of the neighboring residents and find ways to support approval of the development. Unfortunately, its review mischaracterizes our objections and ignores where the site plan does not comply with the zoning ordinance. As a result, he doesn't address the Planning Commission's duty to review all aspects of the development, not just whether the development is within the maximums permitted. Transitional use. Image Builders ignores the fact that the form-based zoning applicable to neighborhood nodes covers a wide range of intensity of uses. There are two different site types of neighborhood nodes and a wide range of intensity within each site type. NN:A is for high intensity, predominantly commercial, regional visible uses. And then he has a footnote he cites to the zoning ordinance. NN:B, transitional, smaller scale, employment-based mixed use, consolidates the smaller, diverse sites at and around nodes throughout the city. Further, the NN:B category allows for the node to develop in a tiered manner with more intense developments and uses permitted within the core of the node, and less intense projects a buffer of the residential area. Footnote 2 cites to the zoning ordinance. The proposed development is located at the outside of perimeter of our NN:B, and based on the zoning and ordinance requirements, should as a result be less intense use than at the core. I use the word intense in a comprehensive sense, meaning size and number of units, building height, number of units per building, mass, and use. Because the zoning ordinance for this category is form-based, where developments ranging from 2 stories to 4 stories can be permitted, it is obvious from the ordinance requirement above that developments are of greater height, mass, and use would be in the core, and the least would be at the perimeter of NN:B areas like the subject. Looking at the range of building height would put 4 stories at the core and 2-story developments at the outer perimeter. In terms of types of residences, what better place is there to look for examples of the transition of intensity to provide the required buffer than the impetus of the form limitations, i.e. the master plan. The master plan visual includes a representation of the transition from single family to attached single family built as Node F to Bungalow Court. So I'm fumbling because I have reached my 3-minute marker. There's 7 more pages. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stop reading unless you want me to continue to read. Obviously, this letter will be made part of the record.
Yeah, just include the rest of his letter in the record. He had his 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I will move on to an email from someone identified as Dodo, D-O-D-O. I don't see any other name. Hi, my name is, I'm sorry, it's right there. Zhao King Yu, resident of 1260 Bradbury Drive, Woodland Subdivision. I am very concerned about the Crooks Road Townhomes development. When my husband and I bought our house here 16 years ago, the first things attracted us were the quiet neighborhood and the green space in the backyard. I could not imagine this little place packed by townhomes nearby. Our house value will certainly suffer as we are almost senior citizens. Our house is our biggest investment for the coming years. So please listen to us and stop the planning of such development. Thank you. Next is from Yi Guo and Zhe Zhu XU, and they are at 1192 Provincial Drive. To whom it may concern, we are residents in Troy, near Crooks and Waddles. We are writing in regard the proposed project of a townhome neighborhood near my house. In the past, the proposal met with resistance from nearby residents based on the deep concerns of safety issues, school resources, and service quality. We did not see much improvement on the current plan to address these concerns. Thus, we oppose the proposal. As a general comment, we would like the city to have a discussion of more sustainable development approach so that we can balance quality of living, economic growth, environments, diversity, etc. Thank you. Next is from Yongpeng Zhang. As a fellow resident, dear sir or madam, as a fellow resident at Woodlands community, I am writing to express my strongest objection to the proposed Crooks Road Townhomes development. The project will disturb the peaceful environment in the neighborhood, introduce through traffic and pedestrians, and permanently affect the neighborhood in all matters. The proposed project will not provide enough entertainment and parking spaces for their residents, and they will inevitably take advantage of the facilities of neighboring communities. Therefore, the proposed townhouse will depreciate the neighboring community properties, leading to the shortage of the property tax and destabilize the whole housing market in Troy. It will bring about negative effects for all the stakeholders in Troy, from school district, local government, to property taxpayers. Therefore, I am writing to express my strongest objection for this project. Best regards, Yongping Zhang. This is from Zachary Reed. So apparently I hit a hotkey and sent my email too quickly. Please take a moment to chuckle and read the completed email now. At least he has a sense of humor. Good afternoon. So I'm going to pick up this is Mr. Reed. I'm going to pick up where I stopped reading from before, where it says, I strongly oppose this development for the following, I think he means reasons. Environment, there is a wetland there and a lot of habitat would be destroyed. There are not too many places for wildlife to go in Troy anymore. Troy is developing too much. We are running out of green spaces. Traffic, there's too much congestion as it is with 7-Eleven being there. My kids already have too many cars to watch far out when they are riding their bikes. Appearance, these do not fit within our neighborhood. We have single-family houses in our subdivisions. These do not match the houses that are in the area. These homes are brick. Last I saw, the developer was planning mostly vinyl. The homes are 2 stories. These monstrosities will stick out like a sore thumb being multiple stories. I know I am not touching on other topics, but the other thing is home value. We work hard to live in our neighborhood and have our schools. Now people can move in a cheap townhouse and live in the same neighborhood for a fraction of the cost. How does that impact my home value that I work hard to increase? Schools. My schools are already packed. Now we are having more dense housing. Anyways, I appreciate you listening, and I hope you vote this proposal down. Also, hope you have a great day. Zachary and Sarah Reed, 1395 Fountain Drive, Troy. Sorry, bear with me. This is from Kevin Z. Dear Planning Commission, as a resident of Troy, I strongly oppose the 3-story townhomes project proposed by developer Safet Staffa at Crooks and Models. Although the land was designated as a neighborhood node zone, the developer's 74 units plan is too dense, not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, threatens the natural habitats for the wild animals in the area, and exacerbates the traffic congestion problem at the intersection. The people of Troy have voiced loudly and clearly over the past few years on the overdevelopment in the city. They want to preserve the green space and the natural beauty of the city. Too often when developers moved in, the wildlife's habitat was destroyed and they had to roam into neighborhoods. Coyotes are frequently observed in the neighborhood streets and people's backyard. Also, there are more deadly accidents at major intersections in the city. Every time the consulting company said there was no substantial impact on the proposed development on the traffic, yet the reality experienced by people and the accidents happened are quite the opposite. The proposed development will make the majority of residents suffer and degrade the overall appeal of the city. I hope the Planning Committee and City Council can hear the voice and concerns of your fellow residents and make a wise decision. Thank you. Sincerely, Kevin Zhou, Z-H-O-U. Next is from Shelley Stenger. I don't see an address. Hi, we strongly oppose this development. Troy is allowing too many developments and especially townhouses. It is awful. Please stop before you ruin our city. Thank you. Next is from Aditi Mahajan. To whom it may concern, this is in regards to the Crooks Road townhome that are proposed to be built on 2 lots on the corner of Crooks and Waddles. I would like to write to oppose the new proposal that the Planning Commission has already released. It is not fair to the community that this proposal has come in the midst of the COVID pandemic, where we cannot voice our concern around the inevitable increased traffic congestion, depressed property values, loss of greenery, and wildlife. At the last meeting, over 150 Troy residents showed up to oppose this development. Please consider moving the meeting to a time where residents that will be greatly impacted by this proposal can attend, or not moving forward this new proposal at all. Thanks, Aditi Mahajan. I think that may have been a duplicate. Next is from Atika Singh, A-T-I-K-A-S-I-N-G-H. To whom it may concern, this is in regards to the Crooks Road townhomes that are proposed to be built on 2 lots in the corner of Crooks. Yes, this is the same email as the one I've just read, and I think we heard that one earlier. It's going to be made part of the record. Next is from Dorothy Shetler, 4558 Rivers Edge. I strongly oppose the number of units that are proposed for the corner of Crooks and Waddles that will increase the congestion that is already terrible at that intersection. Please consider requests of current homeowners when deciding to allow this. Thanks, Dorothy Shetler. Next is Fred Tarazi, 4388 Cahill. First and foremost, I can't believe that our city elected officials are pursuing this discussion in the middle of a pandemic. You can't expect a meaningful dialogue on this issue while the city residents are focused on keeping their jobs and staying safe. Are you trying to rush this while we are all sitting at home worrying about our health, safety, and jobs? I have lived in Troy for more than 30 years and have lived on both the east and the west side of the city. I love the city, but I'm finding it harder and harder to justify the actions of both the city council and the planning department. I live off Crooks, north of Waddles, and I do oppose the new proposed townhomes and the continuing overdevelopment of our city. All of the new developments that took place on Crooks in the last 5 years created havoc on our traffic and the quality of our lives in this beautiful city. Not only is it hard just to get on and off Crooks, but the noise level continues to increase. I feel like the city council has started to overreach its authority and has not effectively managed our beloved city. We used to be a bedroom community, but not anymore. We used to have quiet neighborhoods, but not anymore. We used to have less accidents and traffic, but not anymore. This new project is going to add more stress to an already saturated infrastructure. We, as a community in Troy, need to take the time to rethink how we want to continue fostering the growth of our city without having to continue building in an already rapidly filling area. If we continue this path, the future of our city does not look good. My question is, what are you doing to my city? Stop this madness, Fred Tarazi, 4388 Cahill. Next is from Jane and Rick Smith. Stop the proposed condo complex at Waddles and Crooks. The intersection is already a dangerous mess since 7-Eleven was built. Jean-Claude Cunem, Q-U-E-N-U-M, 4198 Carson Drive. Dear Troy Planning Commissioners, I live on Carson Drive, and I really cherish the opportunity to live the American dream in a safe and secure neighborhood. I approached the subject of the Troy Crooks Waddles townhomes construction with anxiety and despair because of the potential negativity it brings to our neighborhood. For one thing, not one modification has gone into the revised blueprint of the proposal, and we definitely know that a 3-story complex against a neighborhood of single-family homes is inappropriate. Please, I ask for your actions to stop the developers with this proposal because of the potentially deleterious effects it will have on this beautiful Troy community with regard to traffic congestion, parking hindrances, safety and security of our children, and property, and many more ills. Consider this a request for your consideration to halt this proposal before it goes any further. Jean-Claude Cunem. Next is Jinga Shah. To whom it may concern, I have been a Troy city resident for over 20 years, living in the woodlands of Troy. We chose to live in Troy because of the city's reputation, safety, city planning, school, and environment. We elected you all for the city of Troy and put our trust in you. We hope that you respect our concerns and work with residents in our own city's best interest so we can peacefully wake up every day and go to work. The changes that were requested by the residents of Troy in the last meeting have not been fulfilled, yet the city is content giving another meeting to the developers with even more changes. On top of this, you have scheduled the meeting in the midst of the COVID pandemic, when the residents of Troy cannot oppose this proposal in person. This shows a complete and utter disrespect by the City of Troy's Planning Commission for its citizens, their wishes, and their well-being. I strongly oppose the proposal, and even more so the city's disregard for their residents and the democratic process. You all know that at the last meeting, over 150 residents showed up and gave you a list of concerns, including traffic, congestion, lack of parking, effects on wildlife, green space, property value, etc., to disapprove this proposal. So far, nothing significant has changed in the proposal, and our concerns remain unheard. Please disapprove of this proposal with your residents' best interest in mind. Thanks, Jinga Shah, 4088 Parkstone Court. Next is from Kelly Koval. Dear Planning Commission, I am sad to learn that there is a proposal for a late condo complex on Waddles and Crooks. I'm still reeling from the 7-Eleven and then the plaza at the southeast corner. Such a shame, especially as I look around Troy and see countless vacancies, not only in existing structures, but worse yet, in new builds. We were so proud to say we lived in Troy back when we made the biggest leap of our lives and built a home in what was a beautiful community, nicely balanced with green space, office space, and retail. Today, it is a mecca of chain restaurants and plazas on every corner and dormitory-style housing units. It is hard for me to imagine why you as a commission would continue to literally undo a community. Do your hearts not cry when you see the clearing of the beautiful woodlands in front of the office buildings to add yet another needless and surely doomed smoothie joint? Troy has been our home for 26 years, but alas, it is time to make a move before our property values do what they did in some of the once vibrant cities in Oakland County. You've been entrusted with something precious. Please, please, please consider this time doing the right thing. Soon there will be no green space left in Troy, and I'll be north, but others will be forced to stay here. So very sad. Kay Koval. Christy Roncelli, Troy Planning Commission. I'm writing to voice my concerns from the Crooks Road Townhome Development Plan as it stands. 72-unit development comprised of 13 three-story buildings on the property is not the right fit for this site. I hope that a compromise can be reached in what will be developed. Please consider, at a minimum, 50% fewer units and buildings. Keeping the buildings to 1 or 2-story. With an aging population, there is a demand for ranch-style condos. This would fit in better with the existing neighborhood. More parking for the units. Every unit with at least one extra parking space beyond the garages or a plan that includes driveways. Keeping more trees as a buffer to the existing adjacent homes on Carson and Penrose. Move buildings further south from Carson Drive. In particular, buildings B and C are on top of the backyards of 4180 Carson and 4165 Crooks. Building D is also of concern. Preserve more of the trees and wetland habitat in general. We already regularly see deer and coyote and more roaming backyards in the Woodlands and Mary Hill Acres subdivision in search of food. More green space. My family has lived on Fountain Drive for 15 years, and we have 2 young children in school. I'm very aware of the draw of this particular area of Troy has for young families searching for top-rated schools. Therefore, I would fully expect families with school-age children to have an interest in this development. Where will those children play? There is very little green space in the current plan. Thank you for listening to my concerns and thoughts. Christy Roncelli. Mary Branch on Miracle Drive writes, please don't approve this project. Stop approving beehives for every vacant corner of our beautiful Troy. Take a good look at the group on Livernois just south the theater on Maple. Is that what we want our city to look like? Where is the comfortable, safe atmosphere there? Just how would something like that fit into the residential area at Waddles and Crooks? When is enough enough? Michael and Peggy O'Shaughnessy write, to the Planning Commission, we strongly object to the proposed development of townhomes on Crooks and Waddles. We have lived in Troy for over 40 years and have slowly seen our community erode into an overbuilt, tightly packed, almost urban feeling city. Please do not do this to our area. You don't see this type of building in Birmingham or Bloomfield, which Troy is often favorably compared to. Please stop the madness. Next is from Mike Temkin. Hi, I'm resident of Woodlands subdivision. My family and majority of Woodlands residents believe that Crooks Road Townhomes project will impact negatively our neighborhood. There is not enough space for a 3-story building. Please consider our objection during your meeting scheduled on 11/10/2020. Thank you, Mike, Woodlands resident. Patricia Orlowski from 1381 Bradbury Drive. As an original owner in the Woodlands subdivision, I am voicing my disapproval of the planned changes to the Crooks Road Townhouse project. The developer is taking advantage of the inability of the homeowners in both the Woodlands of Troy subdivision and the Mary Hill Acres subdivision to publicly meet to give our opinion against the changes. We pay our taxes and we should be heard. The townhouses will lower our property values. They don't fit in with the houses surrounding them. There are too many for the site. The developer has now added a sidewalk to Penrose. With very limited parking available in the development, guests of the residents in the townhouse development will park in our subdivision and walk to the townhouses. An aluminum fence put up between the development and our property? How tacky. We don't allow fences in our subdivision unless the homeowner has a pool. Those fences are not aluminum. What has happened to the City of Troy Planning Commission? I can't believe that they are considering this proposed townhouse project. Troy was a community of beautiful single-family homes. We are now approving cramped townhouse projects. Shame on you, Planning Commission. You are not representing your residents. Patricia Orlowski, 1381 Bradbury Drive. Next is from Paul Ballas, 4087 Parkstone Court. Dear Commissioners, I have several comments on both the Troy City Planning staff process as well as the substance of the proposed development as follows. The Woodlands and Troy Homeowners Association has requested that we be kept up to date on actions or proposed actions regarding this proposed development. We received a note last Friday regarding the meeting scheduled for this evening. It seems like there should be a requirement for additional notice regarding agenda items. 2, I understand that there is an update to the Troy Master Plan now in process. Please consider deferring approval of this development until a more comprehensive assessment can be performed. I also note that the property on Waddles, west of Crooks, has recently been put up for sale. Please consider the possible use of this parcel while assessing traffic and other impacts of a proposed multifamily development. 3, the letter from Community Image Builders had a very condescending tone, was incomplete, contained misrepresentations, and was obviously the work of a paid consultant, meant to take a one-sided look at the development. I would hope the comments would be considered in that context. For example, we have consistently said we are not opposed to housing that is different than ours, but we do believe the housing should be transitional. One look at the schematic picture of the proposed development on page 72 of the agenda packet is enough to convince me that the transition is not a transition at all, but instead it is a glaringly different use of the property. Mr. Aventini's use of the word absurd on page 2 of his letter would have been more accurate to describe his assertion later on page 2 that, quote, this project will have no impact on the Woodlands neighborhood whatsoever. 4, while not trying to be repetitious, a few points from earlier correspondence for your consideration. A, the proposed development is not consistent with the intent or spirit of the neighborhood nodes concept, based on the documentation in the Troy Master Plan. The success of the neighborhood nodes will play a critical role in the protection and cultivation of a high quality of life in Troy. Development at this location should be low impact and provide a high benefit to the neighborhood using the least amount of land. B, the proposed development would cause additional deterioration in the traffic conditions in the Crooks-Waddles Road area. In addition, this is only the second neighborhood node development for the Crooks-Waddles corner. I believe there must be a process in place to consider the cumulative traffic and pedestrian impact of many developments over time. Request. We respectfully request that the Planning Commission utilize its authority to reject this proposal and consider alternate uses or developments for this property. The new proposal should, 1, ensure compatibility with existing housing and commercial districts and provide a transition between land uses. 2, incorporate the recognized best architectural building design practices. 3, enhance the character, environment, and safety for pedestrians and motorists. Thank you for your consideration, Paul Ballas. Next is from Ravi. Hi, I am a Troy resident and sincerely oppose the construction of condos on Waddles and Crooks, north of Waddles between Northville Parkway and west of Crooks. To avoid congestion, reduce traffic, keep wildlife, and keep the Troy city great. Thanks, Ravi. Next is from Renee Weiss, W-E-I-S-S. I oppose this project. The area is too congested and this would make it much worse. Please turn this project down. Next is from Ria Sauter. I have lived in the Troy subdivision Maryhill Acres since 1995. This is my second plea to request the City of Troy Planning Commission does not allow the planned development of condominiums at Waddles and Crooks, northwest corner backing to the east side of the Woodlands and southeast corner of Maryhill Acres. I find the planned aesthetic appalling and the height and number of units planned even more appalling. Traffic on Crooks heading south during the morning and afternoon commutes is already very busy. During rush hour prior to COVID, it took me 15 minutes to go from my home to the La Sage restaurant on Crooks at 15.5, a distance of under 3 miles. Additionally, I fear for the decline in the value of my home should this development be approved. I actually love the woods that are there currently. Can the city not save this land and protect it from cramming an oversized development into a small space? If the profits are needed from development, can the commission not find its way to approve a more appropriately sized and appealing development? I respectfully request that this complex is not approved by the City of Troy, Rhea Sauter. Next is from Rose Wright and James Laherty, 1269 Autumn Drive. Please record our opposition to the ill-conceived Crooks Waddles Townhome project. We did not know it was still on the table. That intersection, our normal route, was already congested even before 7-Eleven and has become far more hazardous ever since. We can't imagine traffic getting any worse. Aside from added traffic congestion, the idea of squeezing in so many new residents into that tiny space so close to the road and over the myriad valid objections of adjacent homeowners is very disturbing. There is still great opposition to this project. We ask that no action be taken on this item until it has been more adequately publicized. To pass it during the height of a 100-year pandemic with its own urgent woes and distractions would be a great disservice to your constituents. Again, that was Rose Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T, and James Laherty, L-A-H-E-R-T-Y. Lisa Pagolino, we already read that one. That was the last one. Sumit Mathur, M-A-T-H-U-R, 4426 High Cliff Drive. I am a current resident of Maryhill Acre subdivision. I am against the proposed development of the townhouse project at Crooks Road. Some of my concerns are as follows: traffic, parking, and safety in the already congested area of Crooks and Waddles roads. Not enough guest parking in the development. Density and height of the proposed townhomes is not compatible with the surrounding single-family homes. Altering Carson Drive to provide access from the proposed townhomes would change the landscape and character of this long-standing neighborhood. Increase in pedestrian traffic through the emergency vehicle access, EVA, into Carson Drive and the surrounding neighborhoods. That the EVA to Carson Drive will open up, creating a through street. Destruction of trees and woodlands, including the Lane Drain Creek, will be harmful to many animals, including the rabbits and deer. That the development doesn't have enough open green space for occupants' use. Increase to storm sewer, which is already at capacity. Stormwater already shoots out of the drain like a geyser when there's a very heavy rain, and Carson residents have had stormwater backups in their homes on multiple occasions. That the development will discharge their stormwater into the Lane Drain Creek and impact the existing flooding. That the development will be mostly rental units. This is a safety and health concern. Concern is based on other three-story townhome developments in Troy where the non-owner occupied total is as high as 70%. Possible expansion of townhome development onto the 4095 Crooks Road property that is currently for sale, causing another EVA into Penrose Drive. Reduction in the value to our existing single-family homes. Thanks, Sumit Mathur, M-A-T-H-U-R. Next is from Swati Moody, 4752 Rivers Edge Drive. Hi, my husband, Ashish Modi, daughter Mira Modi, and I strongly oppose the proposal to build the townhomes on Crooks Road at Waddles. Building of so many housing units will result in tremendous congestion of people and traffic, destroy the vegetation and trees in that area, and subsequently cause depression in housing prices. It is a very desirable residential area at the moment, but with the building of so many units on such small property, it will make too congested and undesirable. Therefore, as a lifelong resident of the city of Troy, we strongly oppose this development. That completes my packet of email correspondence.
Well, do we have the voice mail, the messages next?
We do. Did you? It's not my place, but maybe we take 2 minutes or something?
Yeah.
Because it'll be a while.
If you'd like. Yeah, is that the consensus of the commission? Take a break for a minute? Push a thumbs up or down?
Keep going.
We got a lot of thumbs up. Okay. We'll take a break, a couple of minutes. We'll get back here at, right now it's 9:32. Let's try for 9:35. Stretch our legs. Do we have to be on TV every minute, or can we take a break without being televised, Julie?
If you want to turn your cameras off for the 3 minutes, we're not, that's fine.
Okay, we'll take a break and turn our cameras off. Thank you.
My name is Edmund Skolka, 4291 Lehigh Drive, Troy, Michigan, 48098. Postal number 248-641-8047. I'm calling in regards to the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal. I'm calling to express my strong opposition to this development, and I believe it should be rejected in its entirety. Appreciate the opportunity to express myself. Thank you.
One moment.
Hello, this is Dr. Ashish Shah. I'm a long-term resident of Troy, Michigan. My address is 4080 Parkstone Court, and I'm leaving this message for the proposed townhomes at Crooks and Waddles, which actually falls right behind my property off of Penrose and Parkstone. We have, as a group of neighbors, raised our concerns regarding this particular development. And it is not about the development, but the amount and number of units placed into such a small area with expected density of people, kids living in this area. There are several objections to this, including density, as I mentioned before. That will lead to traffic congestion at Crooks and Waddles, the safety concerns for people coming into and exiting the subdivision. Also impact on neighbors of this development, including neighbors of mine in Woodlands of Troy subdivision. There is no transition from our single family homes to this monstrous development of 3 to 4 story high buildings. And it will create light pollution as well as visual eyesore for us looking at this development from neighboring property. It also raises concern for safety of the people living in this unit. There are no place for kids to play. There is going to be increased difficulty with parking, as there are very limited parking spots available for the kids and extra cars these individuals will have in this subdivision, or rather the condo development. And there is no place for kids to play. I have reviewed submitted proposal and plans, and it clearly shows very limited parking space. The assumption that this condos will be occupied by young adults just leaving their parents' home, and senior citizens is sort of naive. It is likely that this condos will be occupied by a young family with young kids. Many of them will be immigrants like me, who are going to have kids in school and also will have parents or grandparents living in this subdivision, in this area, so increasing the density. But there is also a new proposal now that there is a detention pond which will have access to Penrose, which is next to my home, and that will increase.
That's 3 minutes.
Especially construction traffic.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm starting a new one.
So they both me call in. I'm trying to get a time for when the inspector will be at my house. I called the inspection on Sunday.
Sorry.
This is Thomas Mikulski. My address is 4408 Cahill Drive in Troy, Michigan. And I am calling in response to the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal that's on the agenda for tonight, or tomorrow night, I believe. Basically, I'd like to voice my opposition to the proposal. I don't think it's appropriate to place a dense townhome project right next to a less dense neighborhood. I don't think the transition between the two types of homes is appropriate, and I don't think it matches the character and the density of the surrounding area. I'm also strongly opposed to using the Woodlands neighborhood as a place wherein the townhome development is connected to a neighborhood. I think it would increase traffic way too much through that neighborhood and would deny homeowners in that neighborhood the opportunity to enjoy their quiet space in the way that they had originally paid for. And so, again, I would like to voice my strong opposition to the proposal, and I hope the Planning Commission takes that into account. Thank you. My name is Edmund Jaskolka, 4291 Lehigh Drive, Troy, Michigan, 48098. Also number 248-641-8047. I'm calling in regards to the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal. I'm calling to express my strong opposition to this development, and I believe it should be rejected in its entirety. Appreciate the opportunity to express myself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Praveen Gomer, calling from 586-604-0679. I live in the sub 1062 Fitzgerald Code, Troy, Michigan 48098. And I'm in this want to talk about the development that is being planned on Crooks and Wattles. I'm totally against the current plan that is being proposed, or it was proposed before, and they're trying to make subtle changes to it. This doesn't fit in this area. There's a lot of concerns to it, so I would reject this proposal. Thank you. Hi, my name is Praveen.
Yes, my name is David Rusing, R-U-S-I-N-G, and my address is 1425 Bradbury in Troy, Michigan. I'm calling regarding the Crooks Road Townhouse proposal, and I have objected to this prior to this date and continue to object to it. Putting in a development that does not have concern for the residential area around here, and this commercial development I'm deeply concerned about impacting the value of my residents. Concern of the building height, the materials used, also the traffic congestion and safety for the residents living in or near that new proposed development. Please consider your actions to not approve this.
Hi, my name is Shankar Narayanan. I live in Woodland Subdivision, Troy. I'm calling in regarding the new planning commission approval meeting for townhomes on Crooks Road. I live on Penrose. It will affect us tremendously even with the amended plan compared to from the old plan. Please do not approve. I'm opposed to this new development. Thank you. Hi, my name is Shankar Narayanan. I live in Woodland Subdivision, Troy. I'm calling in to
Joyce Barnett, 3448 Todd Hill, Troy. I just heard that the Troy Planning Commission is ramming through a program to have a huge apartment complex built at Waddles and Crooks. That must have something to do with Blue Lawn Park. I don't know. But I am furious about that because every piece, every blade of grass, the Troy City Council want to shove concrete and apartment buildings, and it's just ridiculous. And you're having a meeting about this during a time of COVID, when responsible people are not going to show up to voice their opinion or ask their questions. Just like when you were trying to ruin our Civic Center Drive, the only area that really is so beautiful in Troy that you want to take down the swimming area and the tennis courts and shove apartment buildings in city, make it a city, whereas it just is too much congestion already on Big Beaver. And you're not thinking of how to make our city beautiful. The apartment buildings you had allowed to be built on Livernois and Civic Center Drive, right on that corner, are the god-awfulest looking building I can imagine. I would never want to live in that. It looks almost like a college dorm with no grass around it and just an ugly building. That apartment building. I have no idea what you're planning for Waddles and Crooks, but I certainly am against it. And I have never in my life taken any surveys around for people to sign, but I did against that the city of Troy by the library that you wanted to cover every blade of grass there with apartment buildings and complexes. Who wants to live above a restaurant? So it's just a ridiculous plan. We've spent a lot of taxpayers' money on it. I am very much against it. And I think it's terrible you're trying to ram it through and get it approved while people can't go to the meetings. Shame on you. You're getting paid a good salary, but you're not doing anything good for the city of Troy.
Mm.
Hi, this is Deepak Parekh. My address is 2956 Devonwood Drive in Troy, Michigan. And I'm calling to leave a message about my strong opposition to the development, the condominium development on the corner of Wattles and Crooks Road.
Hi, my name is Anirudh Suray. I live in Troy, Michigan. I am calling about the condominiums that are being planned for building at the intersection of Crooks Road and Wattles Road by Tollbrook. This company built another condos development project that I stayed in for 2 years. I purchased a condo from them and I stayed there for 2 years. Definitely not a great experience working with them. They were unprofessional. They did a pretty poor job. The quality of the condominium that I lived in wasn't great. And this is a sentiment, the lack of professionalism by the builder, Sam Staffa, the lack of professionalism and the lack of commitment to timelines by Urban Staffa, the salesperson, and just in general, the quality of the residence itself. This sentiment is echoed by most people who live in our community. It's called Tisbury Square Townhomes. It's at the intersection of Square Lake and Livernois Road. These guys built those homes too, and they're yet to fix most of the issues in those homes. So in addition to how much more crowded these new condos are going to make Troy and how much more congested they're going to make the traffic, this particular company does not deserve to be given the permit for constructing another set of condos in the city of Troy. So please do not do this. Do not allow them to build these condos. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Robert. Last name Marku, M-A-R-K-U. The address is 3394 Kilmer, K-I-L-M-E-R Drive, Troy, Michigan, 40. Now I'm calling according to the proposal for a large condo complex on Waddles and Crooks. And me and my family, we are against it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Tim Dreiska, and I live at 4642 Bentley Drive in Troy. And the reason I'm calling is to voice my opposition to the proposed Crooks Road townhomes development. I'm very much against that. The streets in Troy are crowded enough as it is. Don't need any more traffic. And they're building townhomes all over the place, and we're losing all of our wilderness areas or our trees and everything else. So please consider this as a voice of opposition to that, and please respect our opinion since it's impacting us. It's only about a half mile from our house. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Jignasha calling. Good morning. I'm calling from 4088 Parkstone Court, Troy, Michigan. I'm a resident of Woodland of Troy. I am calling for this Crook Road townhome development. Please disapprove this proposal. It is going to create a lot of congestion, traffic issues, safety concerns, effect on the environment, wildlife. We chose to live in a Troy city because it is a safe place, schools, city planning, and trusting officials that we have elected. So please consider our concerns, respect the Troy residents, and disapprove this proposal. Thank you.
This is Gloria Van Every, 2140 Charmwood Drive in Troy, and I'm calling about the proposed townhouses on Crooks and Waddles area. You know, to put that many on 2 lots is ridiculous. I think Troy's got enough townhouses and such already. It looks like we're a city of townhouses and such. I know it brings in more money, but you know, consider the residents, especially those that live in that area. Thank you.
Yes, I received the email about the townhomes they like to build on Crooks Road. I live at the Woodlands of Troy. I saw that there, but I'm not quite sure I understand. That's why I called the number. I am completely against that, and I hope you never allow that to happen. If I'm doing the right thing, fine. If not, please let me know what I can do. Thank you.
This is Victor Nowak, 1132 Fountain. Regarding the meeting tonight, it was agreed last meeting that there would be no more developer proposals to act on. First, a 20-year plan would be drawn up by the council. We also agreed the Crooks Road development wouldn't be done. The taxpayers who live here in Mary Hill Acres want single-family homes as they are today, not condominium developments. Thank you.
My name is Michael Walsh. I live at 4318 Bender Court. I've lived here for 40 years, and I'm very much opposed to the proposed townhouses, condos going in at 17 Waddle. I'm sorry, 17 Crooks. We're getting oversaturated. There's no free space. There's no place for the deer to roam anymore. And you're building right out to the curb is disgusting. That hospital you put in a Big Beaver and the apartments you put in at Civic Center and Livernois are just really terrible. I don't know whose decision that was, but it was a bad decision. The storage area in Rochester Road the same way. But I'm very much opposed to more traffic, more congestion, and more townhouses. We need some senior citizens on single floors. Thanks for listening to my opinion. Mike Walsh, 2318 Bender Court in Troy. Thank you.
Hi, this is Hina Shah. Live on 1701 Calicut, Troy, 48084. And this is about construction on Crooks, and I opposed to it. I don't see any more construction going on, and I don't support.
Yes, my name is Deborah Lizecki. I live at 6327 Donaldson and been a resident of 38 years in Troy. I'm asking for the agenda item that I'm calling about is the townhomes west of Crooks, north of Waddle. This has been before you before. The last time was in January, where over 150 people showed up to voice some objection. I understand, being a realtor, that it fits within the neighborhood node zoning and requirements, but I also know that that's been an upcry with the citizens regarding our neighborhood nodes and the high density that they're giving in the area. So I'm asking for it to be postponed at least until next meeting, so proper notice can be given, so enough people that understand that it's come back under our new way of meeting, so they understand the phone number and how to get their information into you. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good evening.
My name is Carol Quigley, 2489 Tall Oaks Drive, Troy, Michigan, Beach Forest Sub. I'm calling on the proposed condos on Waddles and Crooks. I am totally opposed to another condo or subdivision complex in Troy. It's totally overbuilt. Traffic's a problem, and not a blade of grass has been left. Thank you for hearing me out.
My name is Gayatri Padalakur. I am resident of Woodlands neighborhood. My address is 4020 Penrose Drive.
That concludes the voicemails.
Well, thank you. And first, I want to thank the residents for their clear, sincere, and very thoughtful comments. This commission, your commission, has heard you clearly, and so has the developer, Sam Stava of Tollbrook North LLC. Additionally, I want to thank Jackie Ferenz, Julie Dufresne, and Brent Savadot for reading all of those emails, and Jackie for playing the voicemails. I think it really gave everyone here on the commission a clear understanding of where the neighborhood, and actually even around the neighborhoods that are directly impacted by this type of development. So with that, the next would be from Brent or possibly Ben to review the development, and then we'll go on to the developer to go present their case.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to briefly introduce, kind of lay out where we're at in this project.
Sure. Go ahead.
So the original application was submitted on June 28th, 2019. So that's about 17 months ago. The first planning commission meeting was on September 24th, 2019. I should note it was not a public hearing because this type of development under the neighborhood node district is permitted by right, does not require a public hearing. But you'll recall the chairperson, Chairman Faison, was a well-attended meeting, and he let everyone who wanted to speak, opened it up, treated it like a public hearing. And there were 30 people who spoke during public comment. And we also received 82 emails, and all of those were provided to the Planning Commission. At the time, the project was only 56 units. After that meeting, the developer acquired additional property, added 18 units, bringing it to a total of 74 units. Then there was a second Planning Commission meeting, January 14th, 2020. Again, not a public hearing, but the chairman, Mr. Krent, let everyone speak who wanted to speak. And 18 people spoke during the public comment, and we received 59 emails, all of which were provided to the Planning Commission. Since that meeting, the developer met with representatives of the abutting neighborhood. The developer did revise the plans, but the modifications were relatively minor in scope. The report in your packet summarizes those revisions, and you heard some of the neighbors mention that the revisions were somewhat minor. So this is the third Planning Commission meeting for this item. Again, not a public hearing. The notification was provided. It met the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. It was posted a minimum of 18 hours prior to the meeting. It was actually posted late Friday afternoon. We also sent a link of the agenda to the HOA president so that residents would be made aware of the meeting. Obviously, the word got out quite effectively. We received 132 emails. We read every word of every email, and we accepted them until 5 p.m. today, by the way, also. And we also received approximately 20 telephone voicemails that we played every word of every voicemail. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out. There was a lot of statements in there about trying to ram this through and et cetera. And again, it's been 17 months. The item was placed on the agenda this evening because the applicant has the right to due process under our laws, submitted a complete application, and the applicant has the right to be heard by the Planning Commission. And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn this over to Mr. Carlisle to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Savadon. Thank you to the Planning Commissioner. Steve from IT, can you make me a presenter so I can share my screen? Thank you. Can everyone see my screen? Can I have a thumbs up if you can see my screen? Okay, thank you. So tonight before you is the Crooks Road townhomes. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because the Planning Commission should have some familiarity with this project. A little background on the site. It's a site located on Crooks Road between Waddles Road and Long Lake. It's an approximately 5.73 acre site, and it's improved with 2 single family homes. Those 2 homes would be removed if the proposal is approved. As for background of the site is outlined in red. The site is bisected by the lane drain, which is running following my cursor here. All the buildings, there are 13 of them. I'm sorry, 12 of them. They're all located on the east side of the drain. The stormwater facility is located at the southwest corner of the site. You'll notice 3 of the buildings are adjacent to Crooks, and the remaining buildings are back from Crooks within the development. I apologize, there's actually 13 buildings. I forgot the number of buildings located at this location here. As for background, the applicant proposes to develop the site with 74 total units grouped into 13 total buildings. Access to the site is via Crooks Road. One major point of access at this point, and there's a secondary point of access here for an EVA. There was a lot of discussion about connection to other neighborhoods, including Penrose, etc. I want to note that there is no physical access to Penrose and or Carson. The only access to Penrose would be via this access to a stormwater retention facility, and the EVA that was proposed at Carson has been removed, so there's no access to Carson. With regards to ability to park on side streets and walk into the development, it would be tough on Carson to park and walk into the development because there's going to be a proposed fence along the property line with a very dense landscape screening. In addition, if you parked on Penrose and try to walk through, you'd have to walk through the drain and wetlands. So it would be a very difficult endeavor to walk from Penrose into the development. So the issue of parking and access really to the adjacent neighborhoods really isn't totally complete. We do note that 3 buildings do front on Crooks Road. Again, all our buildings are interior. The number of units in each building vary from 5 to 6, and all the units are 3 stories in height with a 2-car tandem garage. The application was last received and reviewed in January of 2020. This is the site plan at the time of that submittal. As part of that review, staff and planning commission discussion included compatibility and transition, the neighborhood node districts as it relates to the master plan, access to the stormwater facility, which is located in the corner, tree removal and loss of screening due to the installation of the stormwater facility, access and EVA to Crooks Road, pedestrian connections, increased screening, architecture, and materials. At that meeting, as Director Salvat noted, there was a number of public comments. These comments included the grading difference as it relates to drainage, stormwater management, wetland and floodplain issues, compatibility and transition to the residential surrounding neighborhoods, the line of vision and scale of the elevations, the neighborhood node district as it relates to the master plan, traffic study, density, engagement with neighbors, intent of the master plan, in a joint meeting with City Council to discuss the intent of the neighborhood node. Those issues all have been raised again by the neighbors in the numerous voicemails and emails that were read at the meeting. Since the last plan, the applicant has made what we would consider more minor changes. There have been no major changes to the plan. The first is they added a vehicular access EVA onto Crooks Road as requested by the fire department. They have provided more internal sidewalk connections. They provided access to stormwater detention at Penrose. This access is only for stormwater facility and does not connect to the rest of the site. In addition, they provide a pedestrian path and picnic tables around the stormwater detention facility. In addition, they have indicated that tree removal and loss of existing screening in the western property line as a result of the stormwater facility. They've confirmed the presence of a state regulated wetland, and the revised plan does show grading within this wetland. They've added additional landscaping screen along the western property line in this location. They've added a community pavilion in this section of the site. And lastly, they have replaced what they proposed originally with a vinyl fence with an aluminum fence along the northern property line. This is a proposed rendering of the site and of the architecture. This is a site rendering looking at a 3D angle in context with the surrounding neighborhood. This is Penrose at this location. This is Carson at this location. We do note that they're not showing the actual removal of screening and landscaping to get access to the stormwater detention facility, and they're not showing the EVA at this location, just for context. With regards to the standards, there are standards the Planning Commission is asked to consider with this application. They're outlined in section 506 and 806 of the ordinance. 506 talks about design standards. It talks about orientation, ground story activation, transitional features, and site access and parking. Section 806 talks about ensuring compatibility with existing commercial districts and provide a transition. Development shall incorporate recognized best architectural practices, as well as enhance the character, environment, and safety for pedestrians and motorists. In summary, key tenet of the master plan is the enforcement of the zoning regulations in the form-based district is to protect existing residential neighborhoods. In doing that, it's to provide appropriate transition from higher intensity uses to more lower and moderate intensity uses. This is really outlined and set forth in section 506, which talks about transitional features. This includes transitional features for architectural elements, site features, or alterations, so they provide a transition between higher intensity uses and lower intensity. With regards to intensity, a continuous intensity where moderate intensity uses are cited between high intensity and lower intensity uses shall be developed for multi-building developments. Height and mass, the building height and mass in the form of building setbacks and other architectural patterns should be incorporated. Orientation, the primary building facades shall be placed away from the residential uses. And lastly, the architectural features of similar size and pattern features should be incorporated into designs. So in combination with all of these 5 different elements, these do create the transitional features that assist in mitigating the potential conflict between various land uses. So in summary, overall, we do find the proposed use of the site appropriate. However, we do note there are some site planning elements that should be considered by the Planning Commission. This includes transition and screening and buffering. And we do note that though multifamily residential is a permitted use, multifamily residential can include a wide range of housing types, products, and scale. So we do ask that when the Planning Commission is considering this type of multifamily residential, they should consider the number of units, and they should consider if this is an appropriate transition between the existing single-family neighborhood and the intent of what we're trying to achieve in the nodes. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff or Ben Carlisle from the Planning Commission? Mr. Apahidian.
Mr. Carlisle, my question is, can you please just briefly describe what kind of intensity, what kind of height is permitted for any kind of development right on the corner? So not this development, but right on the corner, on that northwest corner. What would be permitted on that corner?
Mr. Apahidian, as you're aware, the ordinance language with regards to the height and setback has not been passed by council. So the current regulations would apply. So on that corner, give me 1 second. Let me look it up very briefly for you here. So, Mr. Apahidian, on that corner, you could go, if approved by Planning Commission, you could go up to 4 stories on that corner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Parakis.
Yeah, Mr. Carlisle, you mentioned that the concern of the residents regarding access from Penrose Court was not particularly a true concern because they would have to walk across. I think you had an image up of like the drainage or like a wetland or something. But on a subsequent slide, you also showed that they were going to put picnic benches on that southwest corner of the property, which would be on the Penrose side around that drainage pond or whatever it was. So it seems to me that there is a true concern that people could park and use that area. Otherwise, why would they put benches there?
I think what I was intending, so I can't speak for the applicant as to why they put those benches and it's around the stormwater. My understanding was that was a good faith effort to give something back to the Penrose community. But in terms of the physical connection, one cannot get, it would be, well, I should say that, it would be very difficult to walk from Pembroke through the wetland in a pretty dense landscaping to get into this site. So there is no automobile connection and there's no pedestrian dedicated connection into the site. That being said, they are showing a pathway and a picnic table area around the stormwater that does connect directly to Pembroke's.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
I could just add to Ms. Parker's question. So that means, is that like the picnic spot is for the neighbors or for the building that's being built? So what's the intent for having those?
You cannot get, unless you go through the wetland and across the drain, you can't get to that picnic table from this development itself. It appears to be accommodation. Excuse me. It appears to be accommodation for the Penrose neighborhood.
So this is for the Penrose neighborhood. So the building.
I don't want to speak on why the applicant installed that. I can just say that you cannot physically get there without having to cross the drain and a wetland and thick vegetation for the proposed new development. It would be more. It appears to be used and served for the Penrose neighborhood.
So for them, they're coming to this neighborhood, right? I mean, that for this property, they're kind of trespassing in that case. Is that the right statement?
Well, I don't think it's trespassing if the developer is building it as a public benefit for the neighborhood. It's up. I would let the developer speak.
I don't know the legal side, but I'm just thinking that way because this is a private property. You know, it's a complex, condo complex. But anyway. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lambert, please.
Thank you. This question is either for Mr. Carlisle or Mr. Savident. On page 57 of the packet, there's a letter from a firm, I guess it's called Community Image Builders, and I was wondering if either of you have had a chance to review that letter and give your opinion on what their thoughts are on our whole approach to the neighborhood nodes provision.
I can start, and Mr. Saban, you can jump in. Yes, I have had a chance to review it. There are. I don't want to go point by point. I think there are some points that are valid that Mr. Aventini makes. I think there's also some points that he's missing with regards to this, and for that reason, we have those transition in those standards of the Planning Commission review, so you can review these on a case-by-case basis and apply context. Because, like I noted, multifamily means there's a lot of different styles of multifamily, both scale, intensity, and style. And so that's why we have those transitional standards that allow the Planning Commission to apply them to really review each site plan on a case-by-case basis. So again, I don't want to go point by point, but I think there are some good points made by the applicant. I think there's also some points that he misses with regards to how it applies to Troy itself.
Okay, Mr. Faison, you had your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Ben, this is for you or for Brent, but there were a number of comments and expressed concerns about, stormwater drainage, the capacity of the lane drain. Could you speak to the requirements of a new property and how it impacts drainage, i.e., are those concerns valid given the way we vet and review a property, certainly in the engineering process?
Well, they're certainly valid from the standpoint of neighbors who are in the area who are concerned with the impact on their homes. So the city takes those very seriously. But having said that, the first step in the process, if this were to move forward, would be preliminary site plan approval, where the city affirms that the development meets all zoning requirements. the next step would be to ensure that the application meets all engineering requirements. So it's a more detailed review that considers all impacts of the development on the engineering and on natural features in the area. So this would have to be designed in such a way that it does not negatively impact the abutting properties in terms of drainage. So that would be addressed during engineering review. So it's a valid concern from the standpoint of the neighbors worrying about it, absolutely. But Greg Bono is here. I saw Jim Butler was also attending. They're civil engineers, and if this were to move forward, their job would be to design this from an engineering standpoint in a way that does not impact abutting properties.
The only thing I would
Thanks.
add
That's
to
what I
that,
thought was the case.
Mr. Faison, the only thing I would add to that provision is that because this is also a drain, it's also a wetland and floodplain. There's an extra set of eyes on this with regards to the state of the Eagle Department, which is a former MDEQ. So they would have to get state permits with regards to this development. So there's an extra set of eyes on it with regards to issues of the drain as well as the wetlands.
Thank you both.
Okay, any further questions for Ben Carlisle or Brent Savedon? None from the planning? Oh,
I have one more question. This is related to, do we have any plan for the other two corners? I know that there is a Westington apartment complex coming. So Mr. Savedon, I request answer this question.
We do not have any applications for the other corners.
Okay. And just want to make sure that we consider the other corner where we are getting the apartment, the proposal that came last week. Just need to make sure we understand the density part. 74 plus 108. It's almost like, I don't know, I had the number here, but it's quite a bit. So just want to add that comment. Thank you.
okay. Any other questions for staff? Well, seeing none, I'm going to ask the developer to present. Greg?
Yeah.
Obley?
Yep, Obloy.
Obloy, thank you.
Obloy. Thank you, Chairman Krent and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Greg Obloy. I'm an attorney with Carson Fisher in Bloomfield Hills, and I'm here on behalf of the developer Tollbrook North. We are excited and pleasantly surprised to be able to present this preliminary site plan to you this evening. I have just a few opening comments, and then I'll turn it over to the development team. Brent adequately informed you of the procedural history of the site plan, and Ben adequately summarized the updates since last January. Just want to emphasize two small points. One is, after the Planning Commission meeting in January, the developer did meet with representatives of the neighborhood to the north. And then subsequently, when it resubmitted the site plan in earlier mid-March, it did address, there was about a dozen items in Carlisle Wortman's January 7th letter that they responded to in making the resubmission. With us this evening, if they're all still awake, is Carmen Aventini. He's the planner. We also have Jim Butler and Greg Bono from PEA, the project engineers, and also Arvin staff on behalf of the developer. I believe, just on the one point about the picnic or the benches around the detention area to the west, I believe that the client intended that to be an amenity for the neighborhood to the west, not to as an amenity for the project. But if I'm wrong, he can jump on and confirm or correct me. And given the passage of time and that this site plan before you is for a permitted use, complies with the zoning ordinance without the need for any variances, we respectfully request that this commission take action to approve this preliminary site plan this evening. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carmen. Thank you very much.
Am I allowed to ask now, or I have to wait?
After, please let them describe their project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. If I can get, I'd like to make a brief presentation using a PowerPoint. So if you could allow me to share the screen, I'll see if I can, actually call it up.
You should have the permissions to share it.
Okay. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not real familiar with GoToMeeting. I'm sorry, can you help me with that? Is there, do I click on screen in order to be able to share?
You should be able to just click on screen.
Okay, it's telling me to open system preferences. Yeah, I'm not figuring this out. It's very different than Zoom.
What's it asking in preferences?
It says open system preferences, and then it's going to under privacy or general, file vault or firewall. Those are the options.
Yeah, that I've not run across yet. That sounds like maybe something on possibly your company side if you're on a company PC.
Yeah, it's just my own PC. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is there someone else I could get to share that?
I can try sharing it from my computer.
Okay. Is that Arbin?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, if you can share it with Arbin, he can put it up.
He is now presenter.
Okay, and then I'll just ask him to.
You guys.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Arbin, I'll just say next slide when it's time to change.
Sounds good.
Okay. So this project is part of the, as you know, the NN neighborhood node, which also includes the property at the corner, which would likely be of a higher intensity. So it's not just this property in the node. There is another property associated with it, as you know. Now, we've made a number of updates to the project since the last meeting, and we did hear the comments that were made in January and have responded to them. I think one of the biggest things we've done is we've reduced the height of the buildings B, C, and D, which abut the residential neighborhood, from 33 feet down to 27 feet. And if you can switch to the next slide, Arbin, you can see the difference between the two elevations there. And the next slide. This shows you the property, and we've got the correct numbers on here in terms of the dimensions. It shows you the existing single-family house on Carson Street and the revised elevation of the building. As you can see, it actually, because of the change in grade, it actually sets lower than the house that's most directly abutting this particular project. So we think that's one of the more significant changes that we made to the plan. You can go to the next one.
And I'd like to add that the new height of the adjusted buildings, the three buildings, is 27-8/11/16 to the midpoint. Single family residential height is permitted up to 30 feet tall. So in regards to height in transition, it's below the maximum allowable height.
So as Mr. Carlisle had shown you this particular view of rendering of building B, C, and D. And then if you can go to the next one, it shows the screening that's going to be planted, the landscape buffering between that property and the buildings. So as you can see, it's pretty extensive. Next one. So the site amenities were mentioned and already discussed. If you could go to the next slide. It just shows briefly the pavilion that's being proposed, the picnic area, and the pathway. And then there, once again, is the 3D view, the bird's eye view of the project. And I think it shows you the separation between, in the back portion of the project, between the abutting neighborhood and these buildings. The next slide.
And we've updated our material from vinyl to James Hardy and brick.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar with that, that's a it's a cement board. It's very durable. It still has the residential appearance in terms of it looks like wood basically, but it's a cement board. It's a higher quality material than vinyl, and so that's been replaced. And there's a view from Crooks Road. And the next slide. I think there's one more, right?
I think that's all. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Just in finishing, I'd like to point one other thing out with the design too. The garbage collection will be for each individual unit, each individual townhome, as opposed to having a central collection area. So there's no like dumpster location for this project. And the other thing I'd like to mention is that this project really does meet all of the ordinance requirements. And as Mr. Obloy mentioned, we're not requesting variances. We have met all of the requirements. So we are respectfully requesting that you take action on this tonight and you approve the site plan as it's been presented. We put a lot of time and effort into it and have addressed there were several comments that the planner had raised during the previous review of specific items, and we've addressed all of those items in this particular revised site plan. So if there are any questions that you might have, we've got our whole team available, and depending on the question, we can answer that appropriately.
Are there any questions for the developer? I see Mr. Savidan, Mr. Rahman's hand go up first. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my understanding, you guys met with the neighbors. And my question is, did you have a list of concerns the neighbors had? The second one is, did you solve some of them? And did you get a chance to follow up with them? 3 questions.
Can I speak to that?
Oh yeah, go right ahead. Go ahead.
So we met with the neighbors on January 23rd at the Troy Public Library. And we listened to the concerns, and they were similar concerns that you have heard at this meeting. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come to any agreement. I received an email from the community, from the HOA. They talked amongst themselves after our meeting, and I can read it to you, but I can just a summary, quote unquote, given our positions that this plan, even as revised, does not fit the intent of neighborhood node I. I'll skip a little bit. I'm not sure there's anything else we can talk about. However, if the plan use for the site changes to something that fits the intent for master plan and zoning ordinance, we would certainly be willing to meet with you. Thank you for your team and time and effort on this. So I think they're looking for a 2-story attached community like on John R. and Waddles. So that's kind of what type of housing they were looking for, but we are unable to cross that bridge and make that compromise. So unfortunately, there's nothing else we can do at this point.
Right. The reason I'm saying is, if you look at the last resolution, the first thing was to get the feedback from the residents and work with them, right? That was the resolution. So it seems like nothing happened on that topic, on that item.
Well,
from a resolution, like there was no agreement.
So there's a zoning ordinance and there's a law, and the residents next door are not the law of the city of Troy. we can listen to them, we can listen to their concerns, but at the end of the day, there's a zoning ordinance, there's requirements, there's a law, and we can try to address some of the concerns, but at the end of the day, it's going to be impossible to address every single concern with every single resident. At the end of the day, there is the law of what's permitted, what's allowed, and that's all. Unfortunately, this is the best we can do at this time. Thank you.
I have one more question, and then I can pass on to Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, if you go to the picture that shows the picnic area, please. Can you just? There was another one which is showing more grading and clear picture, I think, which.
Not this one.
Yeah, do you have another one? More isometric, or what kind of view we call it, like nicer looking view?
Oh, I think is it in a 3D view?
Yeah, like this looks like really that area was put together for the condo complex. I mean, so I just want to make sure that we don't have anything misleading on the drawings. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, no, I totally understand.
Do you agree with me?
So this area is.
There is no drain there. I don't know why it's not there.
Not in this image. The rendering company, I don't think, was able to assess the depth of the drainage and did not. They just look at the plans mostly, and they try to understand the grading. But this is going to be the most representative image. There is some retaining walls. There's a drain. It's going to be somewhat very difficult for any of the potential future residents to access any of those areas. It's intended as a community benefit. So we were hoping, just as a thing, since we have the pond there, I think it'd be nice to have some of the residents maybe, have a place to sit.
It seems like the gate will be closed most of the time, and then there are a lot of screening trees there that will prevent residents to come in. But I just want to move on to my next question.
Okay.
So if you show the elevations, please, the other picture that you are showing.
This one.
That you said that you had some the recess, the depth. I mean, the building were at a lower elevation. I like to see the picture.
Yes.
Is it drawn to scale?
Yeah, it is.
And if you look at that, there is almost like 5 feet recess. Is that really true?
Yeah, it's the natural grading of the land. It goes as you go further south, and as you go further, I think it's south. Yeah, as you go further south from Crooks, there is a drop in elevation.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I looked at your C1 drawing. It doesn't look like there are 5 feet. 5 feet, recess there. So are you going to do some like grading, like heavy grading to have that kind of elevation, or is that a scale?
There will be additional grading on site, but the engineer would probably be best to discuss the grading because we provided.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because if I look at this, it's almost like 5 feet, right? From one building to the neighbor's building to our building, it's 5 feet lower.
I don't know the exact. It might be less. It might be more.
I'm looking at the dimension on the screen itself.
Greg, do you have any answer to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Good evening, Greg Bono with PEA. So as part of our topographic survey, we determine the existing ground elevation at the existing residential single-family house to the north in relation to the property line. So we're showing the property line there kind of between the two. And then as part of the engineering design on our site, we are lowering the grade an additional 2.5 to 3 feet and setting the finished floors of our buildings at that elevation there. So that's what creates the differential in grade between the two buildings.
So can you please tell me, because I cannot read it, it's too small. What is the current elevation level that you from that C1 drawing for these two locations? Can you please read that? Not here. I'm talking about your drawing C1.
Well, I would go to the grading sheet. Which sheet is that in the set? Your
drawing C1.
C3.
Is C3, okay.
So we're at 7. So the house there, 750.2. The finished grade at our building is 744.85, so just below 745. So there's just rough numbers, 5 feet of grade transition there. You see,
that's natural. You're saying that's natural, or is this after the grading?
Well, it's okay. Yeah. So there's the drawing. If you can just zoom in on that area, is that you, Arvin? Just kind of zoom in a little on.
Yes, it is.
So this thick black line is our property line. So we can only grade from the limits of what the existing ground is there. And so that's what we're proposing to do. However, the existing ground naturally already kind of falls in that direction. So the 2-story brick house, number 4180 there.
Is that 47?
Yeah, so we have a grade on there, 750.2. And then we have some grades at the property line there with the contours, but then you can see the finished grades of our buildings. Building C is 744.85. So there's roughly 5 feet of difference from
744.85 and 747. So it's like 3 feet difference. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Mr. Epihidian.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Question for the applicant or any representative of the applicant. Can you confirm that all buildings on all sides, all elevations are brick and hardy board and no vinyl?
That is correct. We've removed after the meeting. Actually, that was one of the things we discussed with the residents. That's one of the changes we proposed. We're not using no vinyl. We're going to use hardy board and brick throughout the buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the developer or his staff? I don't see any hands going up. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Paracas.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this would be a question for staff, but I mean, I've heard the applicant make the comment a couple of times tonight that they would like us to take action on it and that they've satisfied all of the zoning ordinances. And I've even seen some of my fellow commissioners nodding their head. I guess I'm a little bit confused because I thought that part of our role as a planning commissioner was to make that determination. We are presented with this plan, and I thought it was up to us to determine whether these plans actually satisfy the zoning ordinances. And I mean, I don't believe that it does. I think we've heard from countless people for over a year now. My first meeting back in January, I heard it, and I heard it from reading the hundreds of emails in the agenda that was presented tonight. And there are a lot of things that still I don't think have been addressed in terms of transition. I have the zoning ordinance in front of me regarding site plan design standards. Building design shall enhance the character of the surrounding area. I think that there's problems that, haven't been addressed yet regarding not enhancing the surrounding area. Street fronts shall provide a variety of architectural expression that's appropriate in its context and prevents monotony. I don't know about you, but to me, these are very monotonous. There's 13 identical buildings that are all monotonous. To me, this just does not satisfy the design standards at all that we've set forth. So I don't know why it's being given to us like this is a slam dunk case of, oh, we've satisfied everything, and by law we have to pass this.
Well, in a minute, we're going to bring it back to the commission for discussion, but this is any questions or comments for the, excuse me, the developer at this point?
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Mr. Lambert, yes.
Thank you. A question for the attorney for the petitioner. The very last paragraph from Mr. Carlisle's report that was dated November 6th. He says, and I want to see if you agree with what he says here or see what your differences might be. He says, overall, we find the proposed use to be appropriate for the site. However, there are some site planning elements that should be considered by the Planning Commission. Though multiple family residential is a permitted use, multiple family residential can include a wide range of housing types, products, and scale. When considering the type of multiple family proposed and number of units, the Planning Commission should consider if the applicant has provided the appropriate transition.
I assume that's for me, Mr. Lambert?
Yes, yes.
Well, you know, we work within the confines of the zoning ordinance that's provided to us. You know, the developer did not, you know, create the zoning ordinance for this site. It's working within the confines of the zoning ordinance. It also has not maxed out what it could potentially develop on the site by any means, both by height and density and ground coverage. So when we talk about the next thing about transitioning and being compatible, and I think the height being the biggest issue, we have residential against residential. The height is accommodative, but as you move further south towards Waddles, the intensity is going to increase. Now, so what's the next user? Is it a medical office building? Is it a retail center? You got a 7-Eleven on an opposite corner that's running 24 hours a day with, you know, when we talk about traffic. So when we talk about 74 units in traffic density, it's mild if the next user to the south is a medical office building where you're going to have 5 times that traffic going in and out of that building per se. And is that building at, you know, 4 stories? I can't speak to all that stuff. So, but I can't speak to, you know, the uses that, you know, that were permitted and where we are trying to work a transitional use in this node as part of a larger node.
Does that answer questions to the developer and the staff? Are there any others for the developer or the staff? I don't see any hands anywhere.
Mr. Krent, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Frame.
Mr. Krent, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Oboy, if you could speak to the lawsuit that your client filed against the property owner.
I have no idea what you're speaking of.
Can I speak up? Can I speak to that?
I'm asking your attorney, actually, Mr. Staffa. Late this afternoon, we were made aware of a lawsuit. It was filed based on a notice of termination. It's filed in front of Judge Alexander. Just wondering what if you can speak to that.
I'll just repeat what I just said. I have no idea to what you're speaking of.
Oh, I didn't. If you said you answered, I did not hear you. Okay.
Any other questions or comments to the developer at this point or their representatives? Well, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the commission. And if we could get our screen back to, thank you, so I can see people. They were pretty tiny on my screen. So Go ahead, Mr. Hudson. You have to unmute. Mike, unmute. Mike, unmute. There you go.
It's deja vu all over again. That was a famous utterance by Yogi Berra, who was a great catcher, coach, and manager. And I'll say it again. It's deja vu all over again. This is the third go around on the site plan. Let me take you back very briefly over the course of a year or so. September the 24th, 2019, we had a concern, the commission had a concern, reducing in part on adjacent properties. We adjourned it to permit the applicant to address design standards as to compatibility and transition. 4 months later, January the 14th, 2020, we had another meeting. Nothing had been done by the applicant to address compatibility and transition. Fast forward now, about a year and 2 months after the first meeting to tonight, there still has not been an adequate explanation to satisfy me at least as to transition and compatibility. What we have been left with, which hasn't changed, are a clump of cookie cutter buildings sticking out like a sore thumb when compared to the adjacent properties. It had 3 attempts. You know, in baseball, you get 3 strikes and you're out. I think the applicant has just hit his 3rd strike and he's out. I cannot support this site plan, and I am ready for a vote because we've gone too long on this. It's inappropriate for the area, and the applicant seems to think that he can give his lip service and do some things. Doesn't come through. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Apahidian.
So I just want to speak to a couple of the issues that were raised, obviously by the residents and by some of the planning commissioners. Number one, transition. I think what we've seen tonight is that the applicant brought before us a revised plan that not only provides transition from the single family residence in terms of scale going up, they're actually going down. So it's pretty clear from the grade that their grade to those buildings that are abutting the properties to the north is dropping by 5 feet. Not only the grade is dropping, but the actual height of the roof is lower than the existing residence to the north. So that's not transition going up. That's actually transition going down for those buildings. So for me, it's pretty clear that there is transition there. In terms of providing compatibility architecturally or material-wise, a couple meetings back, or the time that we actually met in person, the last time on this project, there were some residents that made comments to the fact that no single-family residence to the north has any vinyl on the property. So what I did was I actually drove that neighborhood. And I don't know how many of you drove that neighborhood, but I did, because I wanted to confirm to see if that was in fact true. And that the reality is that there are homes to the north that have brick and vinyl on them, and not just one home. So the project before us actually is an upgrade in terms of architectural material. It's all brick and all siding, all hardy board siding, which is much more quality material than the existing homes to the north. So just those 2 items alone right there for me are an upgrade from what we've seen that the applicant presented in the past, and there is transition there. And just one last comment in terms of transition, we don't have that corner developed yet. That northwest corner allows 4 feet. Mr. Carlisle confirmed that, allows 4-story buildings there. So that transitioning from that corner potentially being developed with a 4-story structure or a 4-story development transitions down to 3 stories, and then transitions down to single family homes that are only 2 stories. So to me, that transition is clear. I don't see where the transition doesn't exist. I see the transition right there in the project.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments for the discussion for our among our commission? Mr. Lambert.
I just wanted to mention something. I know all the commissioners and city staff realize this, but you should alert the petitioner that they should not be using the chat feature here on the GoToMeeting app. So I just wanted to make that as a point.
Okay.
Mr. Craig, I don't know if you can't see me, but hopefully you can hear me. This is John.
Who's talking? I can't see.
This is John Tatel. You can't
Oh, John. Go ahead, John.
It's not working. Yeah. I just wanted to make a comment. There was a presentation made with the drawings that showed the elevation difference between the northern property and the buildings along the northern property line. And I still don't believe that those are drawn accurately or represented accurately. If you look at the elevations marks on the left-hand side of the drawing, it gives you an appearance that there's a 10-foot difference between the grade elevation on the property to the north to the floor line or to the grade at these new buildings. And in fact, as the survey showed, or the grade elevation plan showed, there's really only a 5-foot difference. So really, those new buildings are sitting 5 foot higher than what the drawing indicates. And it's been a long time, but I believe we had this discussion the last time that that drawing was presented to us in January. So I just want to make everybody aware of that although they show, the drawing shows one thing, the reality is that there's really only a 5 foot difference, so that the new building is up 5 foot higher than what it's shown in that picture.
I agree. I noticed that same thing. Thanks, John.
And I agree with John. And that's what it kind of bothered me. I know that I didn't extend the discussion because I was asking too many questions. But this is kind of misleading that in several drawings, I see that the information that's being presented to the Planning Commission is incorrect. And this drawing that you showed, that was even shown last time. I was hoping that there would be some change, but that didn't happen.
Any other points to make?
I just want to talk to the planning. Can I make another point?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to zoom out a little bit on about this node. And as a planning commissioner, we're not zoning board member. We're planning commissioner. We deal with the master plan, and I know that we have to start working on the master plan in the next couple of months, maybe 3-4 months. My feeling is, and this question is probably to Mr. Savidan, that do you think that all these, because this area, the properties are not developed, right? 2 corners are still open. There could be 2 more apartment complex coming, and then the corner node is still open. We can build something there. So I know we had to listen to like 130 voicemails and then multiple, the emails and multiple voicemails. One thing that was common is the safety. With that kind of small space, we are pulling all these families in with children because of the school district, grandparents, just because that's the nature of the community. I feel like this is too much, density wise. So I don't have my vote for this node. My understanding is we should discuss, especially for this node, we should discuss as a planning commission how we should make our plan. Obviously, from a zoning board zoning law standpoint, I agree that it meets the requirement, but at the same time, we have to zoom out and kind of see what is the future. Am I meeting the, wellness and safety? I don't talk about the health, the wellness and safety of the city people. That's something that we have to consider as the planning commission. I just want to add that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barakas, you're next.
I just want to, this proposal definitely does not have my approval. I don't feel that it meets the standards that are set forth. I think you start driving around Troy and you see all of the townhouses that are going up, these cookie cutter monotonous things. And I think that there's this misconception that the developers are slamming down the planning commissioner's throats saying that, we meet the standards and you've got to do it by law. And people, we're approving things left and right without applying the actual standards. The standards, we're allowed to interpret these standards and say that it doesn't fit when it doesn't fit. I take issue with the fact that because it says that they're allowed to build a 4-foot building on the corner of Waddles and Crooks, that this 2.5 story thing is a good transition. They are not even building 4-foot things on Big Beaver, which is our Big Beaver district thoroughfare. Okay, so that's so unrealistic to think that there's going to be like a new high-rise situation going on there. And if it is, it's a huge mistake, and it's not the intent of our master plan. And I took issue with the fact that, you know, the CBI planning wrote a whole letter saying, I mean, I can quote it. I mean, it was terribly worded, basically saying the master plan doesn't even come into play when a rezoning is being requested. I mean, of course it does. The master plan is what guides us to apply the zoning standards. And I think that we should not be bullied by developers to approve everything that comes our way because they tell us that we have to by law and that they have the right. We are the ones who determine if they're abiding by the zoning ordinances and if they've satisfied them. And for me, they absolutely have not. The neighbors around it's in my own backyard problem here. They have said that they understand that this corner is going to be developed. There are other things that can be put there. And when this developer says that they can't come up with anything else, how many times have we said that we're looking for senior living, first floor, ranches? He could have put a really nice development with several ranches that actually accommodate what the city's been asking for. I don't think we need more townhomes, but I also, most importantly, don't think that it satisfied the zoning ordinances. It really didn't.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, seeing none, I just want to refer to the zoning ordinance. Article 1, they put Article 1 in there for a reason. I'm sure it's Article 1 because it's usually 1 is the most important. And under purpose, it specifically says under 1, I'll just read the number here, 1.03 Part B. It says protect the character and stability of residential neighborhoods. This development doesn't do that. There's a very stable neighborhood to the north and to the west. And this doesn't meet the ordinance as far as I'm concerned. The next Part C says, regulate the intensity and form of land development to ensure compatibility. I wrote down at least 5 or 6 or more times where residents says it's not compatible with our homes. And I agree with them. It's not compatible with their homes. So those are 2 parts of the zoning ordinance that speaks to this development. And to me, there's no way I can approve it. Then we look at the notes from Ben Carlisle from Carlisle Wortman. It says specifically the key tenet of the master plan and a key tenet of the master plan and enforced in the zoning ordinance regulations of the form-based district is to protect existing neighborhoods. This doesn't protect the existing neighborhood at all. It doesn't even come close. It doesn't protect anything other than maybe the developer's pocketbook. So to me, our ordinance speaks loudly. The summary from our planning consultant speaks loudly, and there's no way I can approve this under our ordinance. Yes, Mr. Apahidian. You have to unmute. There you go.
Sorry, there you go. I think this project one more time underlines the challenge that we can constantly have with these projects coming before us, where we have 132 residents sending emails adamantly opposing a project that came before us under the current zoning ordinance that is permitted for that node. So I've said this in the past, and I'm going to repeat myself. If the residents don't want this type of project in the neighborhoods anymore, if the planning commission doesn't want it, if the city council doesn't want it, I think we need to change the ordinance. But under the current ordinance, this project is allowed. this density is allowed. We have no cap on density. The project that actually was presented before us is, in terms of material, in terms of transition, as far as I see it, it meets those requirements and what the ordinance requires. So, you know, we're getting more and more of these projects that are coming before us. If we don't want them, we need to change the ordinance, but under the ordinance that we have today, they are allowed. That's it. That's plain and simple. That's the way I see it. So if we keep getting these projects and we keep opposing them, it's time we change the ordinance. So the developers know, look, don't bring these projects anymore. They're not allowed. Just don't submit them. Don't bring them to the planning department, and we don't have to actually butt heads anymore. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but I just read from our ordinance that says this isn't allowed. So we've got
I just want to
strong difference of how we interpret the ordinance.
Yes, I just want to add, Mr. Krant, if you allow me to speak for like 2 minutes. I know that I'm an engineer, so I stick to numbers, and we only see the building height. It met the ordinance, but there are like at least 20 or 100 lines of other statements. We completely ignored those things. That's in the zoning ordinance, and that's what Mr. Krant, you read, like some of them.
Yes.
So yes, Mr. Apedian, I agree with you that from a height number standpoint, we meet the requirement, but that's just a number that we meet. But the other statements in the zoning ordinance, the compatibility, make sure that, you know, it's not a safety or it's not hazardous, those things for this specific node, it's not applicable. And then again, I have to say that we have to zoom out and see what's going on the other areas. Because if I allow this, the next one I have to allow. If I allow this, the next one I have to allow. There are 182 buildings, called condos that we are making in the two units, this Westington and then this one. And there will be another 182. With that 1 square mile area, how can you fit in that many people?
Okay, Mr. Apedian, you want to answer
that? I think it's very subjective to say, if we want to look at numbers and data, let's follow the numbers and data, but it's very subjective to say that we can't fit people in there, because if we want to talk about safety, the traffic study has been done. We have competent, the city consultant that does the traffic studies. They've done the numbers, they've shown them numbers, and there's no safety concern in terms of an increase of this incremental increase in traffic that happens on Crooks.
Right now. How can you get that what is going to happen? And in another case, I mentioned the same thing. I'm going to say the same thing. There is 15 feet setback from the road.
The zoning ordinance permits that.
No, I know. I'm just saying that. That's why we are not zoning board member. We are planning commissioners. So
I mean, the zoning ordinance. The ordinance allows that.
You follow the zoning ordinance.
Mr. Krant, one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Yeah, one at a time, guys.
So just to finish my comment, what I want to say is these ideas are being thrown around, these comments are being thrown around that there's a safety issue with this project, but nobody has provided any kind of proof there's a safety issue. There's nothing that's been presented that this project it actually has a safety issue. Actually, quite the contrary. The traffic study has been done. There is no safety issue. Crooks can accommodate from a capacity perspective. Crooks can accommodate 35,000 vehicles on a 4-lane road. We don't even have that anywhere near that right now. Probably the traffic volume on Crooks is half of that during a 24-hour period. So if we want to go by data and by numbers, I mean, there is substantial data to support that. And I wasn't just talking about height. I was talking about the overall project. The transition is there, the compatibility. It's not compatible with single family homes, but we're allowing other kind of construction on that site. We're allowing neighborhood nodes to not have single family homes. If we don't want to allow that anymore, let's change the ordinance. I mean, it's that simple. Let's change the ordinance.
Probably, guys, I think you both made your points real well. We're going to go on to Karen and then Mr. Faison.
I want to get Mr. Krant to say something because I know Mr. Savidan asked one person to talk. I want to take my chance. Can I go ahead?
Let Ms. Cruz have her speak. You both had plenty airtime. Go ahead, Karen, please.
Just briefly, I want to remind everyone that there's no one that sits as a planning commissioner who does planning as a full-time job. The people that do that are Brent and Ben. And, you know, Ben has stated in his report that we all received that overall, we find the proposed use to be appropriate for the site. Now, if that doesn't say it fits with the ordinance, I'm not really sure what else does. We've been advised by professionals that overall, this is appropriate for the site. Now, are there perhaps other issues that we can look to determine that it's not as appropriate as it could be? And I think Ben goes on to explain that in the report, where he says, though multiple family residential is a permitted use, it can include a wide range of housing types. And so perhaps we come to the conclusion that it doesn't fit a housing type that would be more appropriate. But to sit here and to say that this project in no way, shape, or form doesn't fit the ordinance is to just completely disregard and ignore what the professionals that we work with have said to us. And I think we need to be very careful about how we understand our role as a planning commissioner and our responsibility to the law, as opposed to the court of public opinion. They are two separate things. We are tasked with a job that is very serious. And hanging in that balance does in fact lie a responsibility to pay attention to what the laws do in fact say. And with that, I'm done.
Mr. Faison, please, go ahead. No, your sound is not working. You're unmuted, but for some reason your sound's not coming through.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now you're good.
Oh, I'm not good. Okay. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Apahidian said and Ms. Cruz said, you know, about the compliance with the zoning ordinance. Mr. Krent, you said something, though, I think merits discussion too. And I have a question for maybe Ben or Brent. When it talks about the master plan or the ordinance talks about protecting the neighbors, yeah, how do we interpret that again in this situation where the zoning permits a different housing type? So I'm trying to put the protecting the neighbors in context when there's likely going to be something different, and maybe even significantly different, that will potentially go into that property, into that site.
I'll refer back to the paragraph that was initially read by Mr. Lambert and discussed by other planning commission members. Overall, we find the proposed use to be appropriate for the site. So conceptually, generally, it is appropriate for the site. There are some site planning elements that should be considered by the planning commission, and those relate to transition. So to answer your question, Mr. Faison, how does it transition from this use to the neighbors, which are lower in intensity? You do that through distance setbacks. You do that through landscaping. You do that through fencing and other elements. So the question before the planning commission this evening, and it is subjective, is has the developer proposed an appropriate enough transition for approval of this development? So it's up to every
That's
individual
response.
It's up to every individual planning commissioner to cast their vote on whether they believe that the transition is appropriate or not.
No, that's actually quite helpful because you reference the subjectivity of some of the aspects of what we're going to weigh. So thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes, Ms. Parakis.
I just want to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but on the page 23, I think it does say that the city's traffic engineer has been asked to review the plan from a traffic impact standpoint, but at the time of writing this memo, the review has not been finalized. My understanding is that we do not have an updated traffic report anyway. And as you guys all know, I should say that you guys know that I don't really put a lot of stock in those traffic reports anyway. I put stock in the many hundreds of people we've heard from, including myself, who drive through that intersection and know the realities of what happens when you add hundreds of people and businesses into a 2-lane road area.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that?
Go ahead, Ben.
Ms. Practice, when I wrote my memo, I was unsure if OHM was going to update their memo based on the revised plans. In conversations with Director Sabadan after my memo was complete, the number of units hadn't changed, the size of the parcel hadn't changed, the unit types hadn't changed, in so much that OHM didn't need to update their traffic memo. So the January 14th, 2020 traffic memo still stands with regards to this project.
Anyone else? Mr. Sabadan, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, regarding safety, the reason municipalities exist, first and foremost, is safety. That's why we have city councils. That's why we have planning commissions. Our first role as a planning commissioner, my first role as staff, is safety. So we submitted this application internally for review. We submitted it to the engineering department. We submitted it to the engineering consultant. We submitted it to the fire department. There's nothing in their responses to indicate that there's anything dangerous and unsafe about this development, including traffic. So I just want to stay. Hold on, Mr. Rahman, I'm talking, if you don't mind. So we would not forward an application to the Planning Commission if this was an unsafe development. I just want to say there's nothing. If you want to, everyone has a vote, and it's very subjective in terms of transition. That is clear. But there's nothing to indicate that what is proposed here is unsafe in any way. I just want to state that for the record.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Rahman.
No, I'm just saying that again, that I know, Mr. Sabadan, your point is well taken. I know the report didn't say that, and there are people there who are more knowledgeable than the way I do, but I use my judgment, and that's how I may make my decisions, right? So in 74 apartments, there will be school-going kids, because the people will live there because of the Troy School District. There will be at least 2 kids per apartment. And we just proved that green space area, the nice picnic area, is not for the apartment complex. 74 times 2 kids, like 150 kids. Where are they going to be hanging out?
You cannot assume that every single person
it's my turn.
Purchases a unit will have 2 children. That's flawed logic. That's flawed logic. You can take an average. You can't assume, and can't assume that.
I just want to throw one comment in real quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Apahidian.
I completely agree with Ms. Cruz. I think that's purely speculative to just throw a number out and say every single unit will just have 2 kids, and now we have 150 kids in that complex. That's purely speculative, and I think that has no basis for this project to say that we would deny this project based on a speculation of we're just going to say there will be 150 kids in that development when it's all done. I don't think we can make a decision based on that kind of speculation tonight.
Nor is that in the ordinance. Nowhere does it say we need to consider how many children might potentially live in a multifamily housing development.
Understand. Okay, Mr. Rahman, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say that not only there will be 150 kids, there will be parents and grandparents. You can add that, because I know that happens. So and then also, as I said, we need to zoom out and we have to see what's going on in the community. The neighbors doesn't mean that the abutting neighbors. Neighbors means what's on the other corner, diagonally opposite side, what's going on. I, as a planning commissioner, who will be in the master plan, how to build this city, the best city, I cannot just say that I agree to this 74 and also the other plan that we have. We need to make a plan, sitting together, like how we can deal with the zoning ordinance, which I agree with Mr. Apahidian and Ms. Cruz. I agree with you 100%. And that's why we have tried to have the transition plan. I know that we have I know that we have that rule that height or 20 feet green. What is that green space that we said? Mr. Brand Carlisle already proposed that. We agreed that we needed those things. It's not there, right? We're not there yet. So we need to make the changes. I agree. But at this point of time, for this specific node, we have to really think. We have to really take our time to see if this is something that we are doing is right or wrong. Because we hired 130 people and more than that, So,
guys, I think we're really, beating it to death. I think you've all made your points. I've made my point. I think it doesn't follow the ordinance. Other people think it does. Mr. Lambert, do you have one other comment? Because get to the 11:30.
Yes, I was just going to say I don't have a Yogi Berra quote. I was just going to say I agree with those who believe that the applicant has not provided an appropriate transition, so I'm opposed to the plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have someone that would like to move a resolution at this point? Because unless it's an entirely different point, Mr. Apahidian.
One question for the planning commissioner, just for clarification, for anybody that actually thinks there hasn't been provided a transition, can you please elaborate on what are you actually looking for a transition? What are you looking for in a transition? I'm just curious because I see the transition and I've explained my argument of what I see.
I'll go with that one. You've got building A that's 10 feet from the property line from somebody's house, their property line. That to me is not a transition. You got 3 bushes there. What's that? That's 10 feet. You lay down a 4 by 10 feet of plywood, that's it. That's not a transition. So there's no way to me there's a transition. Transition between 2 differing housing types should be substantial. It shouldn't be just 10 feet. So that's my answer.
But again, isn't that what the ordinance allows?
Yeah, it allows, yes. It says it allows.
Isn't that what the ordinance allows?
Yes, but it also states that you have to have, there's other parts of the ordinance that state that it has to be the items I read earlier.
Yeah.
Which is, it says, regulate the intensity, blah, 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 okay. Ensure compatibility, ongoing land uses, where applicable, provide transitions between land uses to reduce potential negative impacts. I think there's a negative impact with this very small transition. So again, I'm reading from the ordinance, it doesn't, that part of the ordinance doesn't work either. It's more complex than one statement. But to me, if it doesn't meet all the requirements of the ordinance, it doesn't meet approval. It may meet some things, but we know, especially when it goes like to the zoning board of appeals, if it doesn't meet all 5 criteria, they don't approve it. And to me, that's the same kind of logic I'm using here. It doesn't meet all of the requirements of our zoning ordinance. We shouldn't approve it.
Okay. One thought.
Right.
I think we're being arbitrary because we've approved projects in the past that have the same qualifications and same characteristics as this project, and we're just being arbitrary. That's my position on this.
Okay.
It's.
I differ with that, but that's nice that you expressed it. Anyone else would someone like to propose a resolution so we can have a vote before midnight?
Mr. Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I did not include a proposed resolution in the packet.
I understand.
But I emailed it to everybody.
I didn't see it. I think we can wing it tonight.
Well, I emailed it to everybody, so anyone was able to.
Oh, okay.
It's a proposal. It's a proposed resolution that you can go off of.
All right. I'm opening it right now.
It's written in such a way that it can be used for a resolution to approve or a resolution to deny.
Correct. Okay. Who would like, does someone else have it open besides me? Or someone that almost has it open?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'll take
Go ahead.
a shot. I'll take a shot at making the resolution, but I would encourage you not to entertain a second until, in case anybody wants to add any reasons to it.
Sure.
I would move to resolve that the preliminary site plan approval pursuant to Article 8 of the zoning ordinance as requested for the proposed Crooks Road townhomes located on the west side of Crooks, north of Waddles, Section 17, within the NN Neighborhood Node I district, be denied for the following reason, that the applicant has not provided the appropriate transition.
Okay, we need a second before discussion, so. Would someone like to second it to move it forward? Yeah, Ms. Barakas, if you could put your sound on, so
Yeah, are we supposed to add reasons at this point, or do I second it and then we add?
No, you could add, and then David would have to approve that, and then we can work it out.
We'd also add that it doesn't meet the design standards, and also it doesn't meet the, it doesn't enhance the character, environment, and safety for pedestrians and motorists through the requirements of the zoning ordinance, which goes to the safety issue that was brought up about the kids before.
Yeah.
We decided that this was not an unsafe project, or it wouldn't have been brought before us.
Well, I think that Mr. Savidan was bringing that up in the context of traffic. I'm bringing it up in the context of lack of sidewalks and just the way the drives go. You know, we didn't even get to talk about it because, you know, it's 11:30 and people don't want to talk anymore about it. But when you look at the actual drive-in, when people walk out of the houses, there's not a lot of any accommodation for pedestrians and vehicles.
Right.
Mr. Savidan said there's nothing unsafe about this project.
Mr. Lambert, do you want to modify? Hang on a minute, guys.
I know. But it's
Hold it for a minute. Don't get into this big long discussion here. Mr. Lambert, you want to just add the parts so we don't get everybody butting heads and leave off the safety, but just go into the compatibility and other elements?
That's fine.
Sorry, Ms. Barakas, but I'm trying to make it work.
That's fine.
Okay. Would you agree to that, Ms. Barakas? Is that okay? We've to put the safety in.
Has her hand.
I think the attorney wants to speak, and also it would have been nice if I heard from Mr. Savidan in response to what I thought he was talking about when we were talking about safety.
Okay. Well, we'll give Ms. Dufresne some time here first. Go ahead, Julie.
You're muted.
She's got we're not hearing you. You've got, try unsounding, try muting and then unmuting, see what happens. Okay, still nothing, okay.
Hang on, I'm gonna go back to this way. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I've remained relatively quiet during this meeting, other than reading all of those emails. I'm concerned that Ms. Parakis doesn't think we've discussed these issues long enough. I don't want to take a vote with Ms. Parakis saying that there are still issues that need to be discussed. I know it's late, but if we're going to put forward a motion to deny what is ultimately a site plan review, I need to make sure that this record is adequate. And if you're going to cite some standards, the design standards, for example, I need you to cite what you're talking about in the zoning ordinance. So if there, Ms. Parakis, if there are more things that you want to discuss, we need to do that. I know that it's late, but this record, it needs to be adequate.
Yeah, it's got to be solid. Can't be iffy.
I mean, do you want me to say that? I mean, I guess I just wanted to say, I mean, I don't know if it needs to be discussed. I don't believe that no one ever brought it up, but I'm bringing it up now that I don't think that there are sidewalks and other, part of the ordinance says that it has to provide elements that define the street and the pedestrian realm. And I didn't think that was satisfied.
No.
That's just right out of the ordinance.
let me just say that I see plenty of sidewalks there, and the city, both Brent and Ben reviewed and added sidewalks. I think I don't want to, kill your point there, but I think there's plenty of sidewalks. I think it's most about transition and compatibility is the issue at hand for me personally. So, Mr. Lambert, do you want to weigh into that a little bit as far as your resolution?
Mr. Faison had raised his hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. So,
go ahead, Mr. Faison, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go back maybe a step. And so we're talking a resolution that's going to be up or down, or maybe potentially down. And is that the way we want to go? Because I think we've had a lot of conversation around the critical point, at least what sounds to me to be the critical point, and it's being transitioned. And I know we've seen this 3 times before. But would we want to consider a postponement that permitted the applicant to address that issue if they were prepared to do that?
Well, let me just say, I think we've beaten it enough. I don't really think we should postpone anymore. I think we gotta make a decision. It's cut and run. Mr. Savedant.
A couple things. First, the issue of safety. Ms. Parakis sounded like she expected me to address her comments related to safety.
Sure.
There's really not much more I can add to my earlier statement. This was reviewed by experts who know a lot more about traffic safety and fire safety than I do. There's no indication that this is any more dangerous than other similar type condominiums that have been developed, hundreds of them throughout the city. So I cannot sit here and say that and agree with the statement that this is unsafe. Okay. So the issue of postponement. This is the 3rd meeting where we've discussed this item. After the 2nd meeting, we asked the developer to meet with the neighbors and see what they could do. They made some minor modifications after meeting with the neighbors, and I just heard staff indicate that this is the best they're going to do. So I don't know what postponement is going to achieve when after the 2nd meeting, they've already taken the step that he indicated on the record was the best that they can do. I think that the neighbors have hung in there for 3 meetings. They participated for 3 meetings, and I think every planning commissioner gets a vote. And my opinion is that we make a determination and we move on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Karen, you got your mic on.
Oh, I will just agree with Brent. Earlier tonight, I did hear Mr. Staffa indicate that when talking to the neighbors and listening to their concerns around the transition issues that we've discussed tonight, that it was at that time when he indicated that that's where they agreed to disagree.
Okay, good. So we can move forward. Anybody else before I get it back to Mr. Lambert? Mr. Lambert, please go ahead and reread your motion, please.
Okay, all right.
And then we'll just go forward with
all right, somebody will have to help me because I didn't get the clear additional reasons, but I'll read what I had.
It had to do with compatibility and transition, I think, are the 2 points.
Okay. All right, resolved that the preliminary site plan approval pursuant to Article 8 of the zoning ordinance as requested for the proposed Crooks Road townhomes located on the west side of Crooks, north of Waddle, Section 17, within the NN Neighborhood Node I district be denied for the following reasons: lack of compatibility and inadequate transition.
Do we have a second on that? Mr. Hudson, could you unmute your thing and say yes?
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to go to the vote. Ms. Zarnicki, could you give us a roll call, please? We've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Krent,
Yes.
Mr. Lambert,
Yes.
Ms. Parakis,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Tagle,
Yes.
Mr. Abhidian,
No.
Ms. Cruz,
You have to unmute, please.
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Faison, I did not hear you, Mr. Faison.
You have to unmute.
Did you hear me, Ms. Arndt?
No, now you're on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson,
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The application is denied. Okay, next item on the agenda. We've got City of Troy Master Plan Amendment. Brent, are you going to take that one? Or is that Mr. Carlisle?
No, I'm gonna take it and admit that I used an old agenda as a base to go off of for creating this agenda, and that's a typographical error on my part.
I got
My
worried that I
fault.
missed something.
But I'm gonna blame Ben because good consultants take the heat for stupid
my
decisions
fault.
that planners make. Thank
My
you, Ben, for owning that. No, it's my fault entirely. Apologies.
Oh, you're still on, Brent. The City of Troy Master Plan Amendment, is that yours?
Yeah, so it was a typographical error and should not have been included.
Oh, I get it now. I thought you were, okay, now I got it. Okay. We'll go on to Planning Commission comment. Anyone with a comment tonight? And make it short, please. Well, that shut them up, didn't it? Anybody? Go ahead, Mr. Rahman.
I have a comment, and I spoke enough tonight. I don't want to extend too much, but just one more. No, we made some amendment, right? And so, Mr. Savidin, you said that was not approved, right? Is that true? That in the City Council?
We recommended approval of language that has not gone before City Council yet.
Right. That's what I thought. I misunderstood. So it will be in the future. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you.
It will be, but I don't know when.
Okay.
I know, because maybe we need to expedite that. Is there any way we can expedite it? Is that who decides that? Because I don't want more proposals come in, and then we face the same issue.
So because of COVID, we've got challenges related to the City Council and Planning Commission holding public hearings. So we're working on it, and we hope to have a resolution in the near future, but I can't give you a date when.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Karen.
I just want to remind all of us that, even though we're going to start reviewing the master plan, and even though we are hearing a lot of comments from people with respect to things about our ordinance or our master plan that they don't like, we can't make decisions based on how we want things to be. We have to make our decisions based on the law that we have at hand as it stands in effect today. So I think we need to be very careful as we move forward when we're making decisions that as we look at a bigger view, that we're not trying to create things that don't exist. And as part of our decision-making process, we have to work with the facts and the law at hand.
I agree. Any other comments? Mr. Apahidian?
Just one comment. We heard a lot tonight from residents. Many of the comments referenced the fact that the city should buy up property and take it away from developers, basically. And we've heard from the City Council in the past that that's not something that they're interested in doing, at least not in the short term. So up until then, I think residents need to recognize the fact that just as they have property rights with their own property, so do developers. Developers have their own property rights that they can develop according to the ordinance that allows anybody the same right to develop according to what's allowed. So I think we just need to remind residents of that the green space that's out there a lot of it is private property. And when we hear comments that every blade of grass is being turned into concrete, if a private owner of that property wants to do that, he has the right to do that within the limits of the ordinance. And if we want anything different, we need to change the ordinance or buy up the property. And that's been brought up before by Mr. Savant in addressing that concern and of how to deal with green space that belongs to private residents.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely. Very nice. Anyone else? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.